The ocean hides more than shipwrecks and sunken treasure. Beneath its surface lie structures, too massive, too deliberate to be dismissed as coincidence. Staircases that descend into nothing. Stone roads that lead to nowhere. Entire cities, complete with walls, pillars, and monuments, swallowed by rising seas and then forgotten. Some are carved from solid bedrock, beneath layers of silt and salt. Others rest silently in tropical bays, too deep for sunlight, too remote for crowds. They weren't supposed to be there, not according to our history books, not according to what we know about human civilization. And yet, they are. From the symmetrical ridges of Yonaguni, to the haunting ruins off the coast of Cuba, to the limestone paths beneath the Bahamas that seem to stretch towards something lost. These places whisper of timelines we've never fully acknowledged, of civilizations that may have risen and disappeared long before we appeared on the scene. These are not fables passed down through firelight. They're not rumors scrawled in the margins of dusty mythologies. They are stone. They are real. And no one can explain them. This is a journey into the world beneath our maps, a guided descent through the ocean's most unexplainable structures, each one a puzzle, each one a question carved in rock and left unanswered. So take a deep breath. Let the surface drift away. Where we're going, history isn't written in ink. It's etched into the seafloor. The deeper we go, the more impossible it gets. Let's begin. The ocean off the coast of the Bahamas shimmers like a dream. Shallow waters stretch for miles, glowing with that signature turquoise hue found nowhere else in the world. Coral gardens ripple beneath the surface, and white sandbars appear and vanish with the tide. It is a place that seems untouched by time, but it is here, hidden just below the waves near the island of Bimini, that a mystery has confounded divers, historians, and scientists for generations. It's called the Bimini Road, a mile-long path of massive, flat limestone blocks laid out in neat, interlocking rows beneath the sea. Each stone is roughly rectangular, some measuring as long as 15 feet across. They rest side by side, like tiles on an ancient walkway, forming a broad and deliberate-looking formation that cuts through the seafloor in a slow curve. There is no coral reef beneath them, no indication of recent geological upheaval. Just the road, silent, weathered, and strangely precise. For many, it feels impossible that such a thing could be natural. And for others, it is nothing short of proof. Proof that something once stood here. Proof of a civilization lost to history. Proof, some say, of Atlantis. Quick note before we move on. Today's video is a little lighter on visuals. Each of these stories took time, a lot of quiet research, careful writing, and long hours of narration. So if you're multitasking, working, or just listening while you unwind, that's perfectly fine. The visuals provide context, but the story itself carries the weight. Thanks for joining me. Let's continue. The story begins in September 1968. That's when a pair of pilots flying over North Bimini spotted something unusual in the water below. The sea was particularly calm that day, and as they glanced down, they noticed a long line of dark shapes just off the coast. Stones, clearly visible beneath the surface, arranged in a pattern too straight to ignore. The news spread quickly. Divers arrived, and within days, the underwater path was being measured, photographed, and scrutinized. Among the earliest to investigate was Dr. J. Manson Valentine, a zoologist and amateur archaeologist with a long-standing interest in ancient civilizations. Valentine is the first to publicly declare that the stones could not have formed naturally. To him, this was a man-made structure, an ancient road, causeway, or breakwater, built by a civilization that predated any known in the region. His theory made headlines, and it didn't take long for others to pick up the trail. Chief among them was Edgar Cayce, or rather, the followers of his prophecies. Cayce, the famed 20th century mystic known as the Sleeping Prophet, had long predicted that the ruins of Atlantis would one day be found near Bimini. In the 1930s, while in a trance-like state, Cayce claimed that a portion of Atlantis would rise again in 1968 or 1969, off the coast of the Bahamas. When the Bimini Road was discovered, many saw it as the fulfillment of his prophecy. The timing was uncanny, the location matched, and to Cayce's believers, the stones were more than a curious formation. They were remnants of a lost world, rising from the depths just as foretold. But could it really be that simple? From the beginning, the formation sparked fierce debate. Geologists argued that the limestone blocks were nothing more than beach rock, a type of sedimentary rock that forms when carbonate-rich sand is cemented together over time by seawater. In the Bahamas, beach rock forms quickly and often breaks along straight lines due to natural fracturing. According to this theory, the Bimini Road was simply a large slab of beach rock that cracked into rectangular segments as it weathered. This process, known as jointing, can produce surprisingly regular shapes, especially in coastal regions where wave action and chemical erosion are common. In other words, what looked like a road might just be the result of geology. But not everyone agreed. Divers began to report other anomalies. In some areas, they found that the stones appeared to rest on top of smaller, carefully placed rocks, a design reminiscent of ancient construction techniques known as double-course foundations. Some claimed that the blocks were too uniform, too precisely aligned to be natural. Others pointed to what they believed were tool marks, scratches, cuts, and grooves that hinted at intentional shaping. Even more curious were the scattered artifacts found nearby: stone anchors, odd ridges, and circular depressions in the seabed. Were these remnants of construction, or just more coincidences shaped by tide and time? Then there was the location itself. Bimini lies along what is known as the Bahama Platform, a vast underwater plateau that stretches from the southeastern United States to the Caribbean. It's an area long associated with myths of lost lands and submerged civilizations. Some believe that during the last ice age, when sea levels were hundreds of feet lower, the region may have supported larger land masses, perhaps even entire cultures that are now underwater. Could the Bimini Road be a surviving fragment of such a world? One of the most vocal supporters of this idea was David Zink, an archaeologist who spent much of the 1970s conducting underwater expeditions at the site. Zink believed that the stones were laid intentionally, part of a ceremonial or functional structure built by an ancient maritime culture. He used side-scan sonar, magnetometers, and divers to map the road and surrounding area, and published detailed reports suggesting that other structures, including platforms and walls, lay buried nearby under the sand. To him, the Bimini Road was not an isolated mystery. It was part of a larger puzzle. Still, the scientific community remained skeptical. Multiple surveys conducted by marine geologists in the 1990s and 2000s concluded that the stones were natural. A 2006 study by Eugene Shin and other researchers found no evidence of tool marks or construction techniques. They pointed to the lack of artifacts, the randomness of some stone placements, and the prevalence of beach rock formations throughout the region. Shin, in particular, was adamant. In his words, the Bimini Road was a classic example of people seeing what they want to see. And yet, the debate has never fully ended. To this day, divers still visit the site with wonder. Some describe a feeling of stepping into another time. The clarity of the water, the scale of the stones, the sheer presence of the path, all combine to create a sense of awe that is difficult to dismiss. For believers, the Bimini Road is more than a geological curiosity. It's a relic, a whisper of a world forgotten. A tantalizing clue that not all human history has been uncovered, and the Atlantis theory never really went away. Plato's account of Atlantis, written in the 4th century BCE, describes a powerful civilization that existed 9,000 years before his time, one that vanished beneath the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. He placed it beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a term often interpreted to mean the Strait of Gibraltar. But some have argued that Plato's geography was symbolic or misinterpreted over time. What if Atlantis wasn't in the Mediterranean at all? What if it lay across the Atlantic, in the shallow waters of the Caribbean or the Bahamas? The idea is seductive. The Bahamas sit on one of the largest submerged banks in the world. Its waters are warm, its currents strong, and its geology complex. If a civilization did once exist here, if it built structures of stone and coral, if it traveled by sea and left behind monuments, then the evidence might now lie underwater, scattered across the shelf. And if so, the Bimini Road could be the first piece of a much larger story. But how do you prove such a thing? Without inscriptions, tools, or human remains, the stones are silent. Without cultural context, they float between interpretations, part natural, part imagined, endlessly debated. There are those who believe that the answers lie deeper, that sonar and LiDAR might reveal hidden structures buried beneath sediment, that caves and sinkholes nearby could hold ancient artifacts protected from erosion, that future dives, better equipped and less biased, might uncover what early expeditions missed. And there are those who think we've already seen all there is to see, that the mystery has been solved, that the road is a trick of perception, no more meaningful than cloud shapes in the sky. But the questions remain. Why do the stones curve so precisely? Why do some rest on smaller support rocks, if not by design? Why here? Why Bimini? And what if the skeptics are wrong? What if this truly was a harbour, or a temple, or a ceremonial path for a people now erased? What if we are, unknowingly, swimming over the ruins of something immense, something ancient? The Bimini Road does not answer these questions. It simply raises them. And in that way, it remains one of the most haunting underwater enigmas on Earth. Perhaps the stones will one day give up their secrets. Or perhaps, like so much of the ocean's past, they are meant to be wondered at, not understood. Either way, the road waits, still, silent, and submerged, just off the coast of Bimini. Story 2. The Cuban underwater megaliths. From the soft shallows of Bimini, where the limestone path lingers in perfect silence beneath turquoise waters, we now drift southwest across the Florida Straits, past the silhouettes of the Bahamas, and into waters where few eyes have ever truly seen. Just off the coast of western Cuba, Past the cliffs of the Pinar del Rio province, the seafloor begins to deepen. The waters darken to a richer, older shade of blue, and below that endless blue veil, something lies waiting. It is not a shipwreck, not coral, not a reef. It is something else entirely. Massive, angular, artificial, or so it appears. In the year 2001, in the silent corridors of sonar readouts and exploratory scans, something was detected off the coast of Cuba that no one could quite explain. It would come to be known as the Cuban underwater megaliths. But to this day, no one can say with certainty what they are, or how long they have been there, or who might have built them. The story begins with an anomaly. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, a Canadian company called Advanced Digital Communications was conducting underwater surveys in Cuban waters. Their goal was not to unearth mysteries, but to explore commercial telecommunications possibilities, laying cables, studying seabed geography, and identifying stable paths for infrastructure. But what their sonar found instead would halt all of that work. At a depth of around 2,000 feet, far below the reach of recreational divers and sunlight, their equipment began returning strange results. Shapes, right angles, geometries that nature does not favor in such abundance. The images were low resolution, but something about them refused to be dismissed. A series of massive stone-like structures appeared on the scans, some rectangular, some pyramidal, some appearing to connect to one another by what looked like paved causeways. The patterns were almost too deliberate. The site covered nearly a square mile. Word traveled quickly among the small but dedicated world of underwater researchers. Some said it looked like a city, a sunken ruin lost to time. Others called for caution. It was, after all, a digital rendering, a sonar ghost, and the ocean is no stranger to illusion. But the implications were staggering. If the formations were artificial, even partially so, they would force a dramatic rethinking of human history in the region. No known civilization in the Americas or anywhere else is known to have constructed massive stone structures at such depths. To reach a depth of 2,000 feet, the seafloor would have had to sink, or the ocean rise, dramatically, and over an immense span of time. And that is where the mystery deepens. Because geologists will tell you, seafloors do not simply drop away overnight. If these formations had once stood above water, if they were once part of some forgotten terrestrial city, they must be incredibly old. So old, in fact, that they would predate every known complex society in the Americas. So old that they would push back the timeline of civilization by thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. And that is a concept mainstream archaeology has never comfortably entertained. Enter Paulina Zalitsky. A marine engineer, Zalitsky was working with advanced digital communications when the discovery was made. Born in the Soviet Union, trained in Canada, and deeply experienced in deep-sea technologies, she was not a treasure hunter or fringe theorist. She was a scientist. And what she saw in the sonar data stunned her. Zalitsky and her team eventually sent a remotely operated vehicle, an ROV, to film the site. But the conditions were poor, the current strong, and the visibility low. The footage was grainy, flickering, obscured by marine snow and sediment. But even through the noise, one thing was clear. The structures were real. Massive blocks of stone, some resembling steps, others forming right-angled corridors. At least one appeared to rise in a pyramidal shape, all of them covered in algae, but strangely clean of collapse. They did not look like a natural formation. Zalitsky gave interviews. She described the structures as megalithic, artificial, possibly even ceremonial. She suggested, cautiously but clearly, that they might be the ruins of an ancient city lost beneath the sea. But almost as soon as the story broke, it vanished. There was no funding for further exploration, no follow-up expeditions, no academic studies, just silence. Some say it was due to politics. Cuba at the time was a complicated partner for international research. American scientists faced restrictions. Canadian efforts were limited, and deep-sea exploration is expensive. Others believe the silence was intentional, that what was found off the coast of Cuba was too provocative, that funding dried up not because of disinterest, but because of discomfort. If proven artificial, the Cuban underwater structures would not only challenge the established timeline of human civilization, they would rewrite it. But for now, they remain in limbo, neither confirmed nor debunked, not studied, not touched, just sitting there, beneath 2,000 feet of salt water, waiting. But what do we make of the footage that was captured? Carefully reviewed frame by frame, the ROV videos show massive stone blocks that seem too geometric to be coincidence. Some researchers point to jointed seams, similar to masonry, though others claim this is simply natural fracturing. The structures appear to be arranged with purpose, lined up, stepped, interlocking. There are no corals growing in chaotic clusters, no sloping mounds of detritus. The lines are sharp, clean, as if this place was once above the waves. But if so, when? And by whom? Mainstream science has offered few answers. Most geologists remain skeptical. They argue that the features could be the result of natural geological processes known as jointing and fracturing. Basalt, limestone, and other volcanic stones can split in surprisingly straight patterns under pressure and erosion. And indeed, the ocean floor has fooled us before. But skeptics have trouble explaining the layout. Why do the shapes repeat at such consistent angles? Why do they appear to form platforms, stairs, and causeways, as if built, not broken? And why, perhaps most importantly, do they resemble other ancient sites? Because to many who have studied the images, the formations off Cuba evoke a familiar comparison: the ruins of Central America. Tikal, Copan, Chichen Itza, the stepped pyramids, the plazas, the ceremonial axes. Not identical, but suggestive, as if the builders were part of a forgotten precursor culture, one that perhaps once spread across a wider region, now swallowed by time and tide. The idea of a sunken city may sound fantastical, but it has precedent. Off the coast of India, at the site of Dwarka, submerged ruins were discovered that matched descriptions from ancient texts. In the Mediterranean, the city of Heracleion was long thought a myth until divers found its temples beneath the bay. And in Japan, the Yonaguni monument, another controversial underwater formation, continues to fuel debate over its possible artificial origins. So is it so impossible to believe that something lies off Cuba as well? One of the more fringe theories connects the Cuban site to the legend of Atlantis. The location fits roughly with some interpretations of Plato's tale. The structure's massive scale and sudden disappearance could match descriptions of a once great civilization swallowed by the sea. But the Atlantis theory has always been a slippery one. Too many claims, too few facts. Still, what if Plato's story was based on fragments of truth? What if tales of sunken cities and ancient cataclysms are cultural echoes of real events, long forgotten, but dimly remembered? It's a theory that continues to capture the imagination, But the Cuban site doesn't need Atlantis to be fascinating, because even without myth, the mystery stands on its own. There is something unnatural about the shapes beneath those waters, something deliberate and something old. If the formations are artificial, their age would be immense. To be 2,000 feet below sea level, they would have to predate the end of the last ice age, over 10,000 years ago. At that time, sea levels were drastically lower. Entire coastal plains now submerged would have been dry land. Rivers flowed where now only currents pass. It is possible, some say likely, that ancient human settlements existed along these lost coastlines. And when the glaciers melted, those settlements were erased. Not by war, not by neglect, but by water, by time, by the sea. Could the Cuban structures be remnants of such a place? A settlement swallowed by rising tides and tectonic change? If so, then perhaps we are not looking at the first lost city beneath the waves, but merely the latest to be remembered. Attempts have been made to return to the site, but the cost is steep, the visibility low, and the politics, as ever, complicated. No academic institution has taken up the cause. No government has funded a renewed expedition. And so, the ruins remain in limbo. Whispers in the deep, a sonar ping, a flickering image, a square mile of forgotten stone, just sitting there, too deep for scuba, too strange for science, too silent for certainty. And so the Cuban underwater megaliths remain one of the most intriguing unsolved mysteries of the sea. Were they once a city, a temple, a monument to a time before memory? Or are they simply the ocean's illusion? Nature mimicking intent? No one knows, because no one has gone back. And until someone does, until clearer footage is captured or a diver descends with light and purpose, all we have is a question suspended in the black-blue quiet of the Caribbean deep. What lies off the coast of Cuba, and why has no one looked closer? Perhaps the sea knows, and perhaps, for now, it is not telling. Story 3. The Dwarka's lost underwater city. The ocean does not keep all its secrets buried in silence. Sometimes it whispers, and sometimes it sings, in myth. From the shadowy depths off the coast of Cuba, where sonar captured what some believe to be a sunken metropolis lost to time, we now drift eastward, across the restless Atlantic, beyond the edge of charted waters, to a place where myth and archaeology intertwine beneath the Indian Ocean, a place spoken of in sacred texts for thousands of years, a city once thought to exist only in story, until someone dove below the surface and saw the stones. This is the mystery of Dwarka, the lost city of Krishna. The tale begins not in the sea, but in the skies of ancient India, where, in sacred Sanskrit scriptures, gods walked among mortals, where battles were fought not just with arrows and chariots, but with celestial weapons and flying machines called vimanas, where one city shone so brightly in the stories that it seemed too divine to be real. Dwarka. Described in the Mahabharata and the Bhagavata Purana as the golden kingdom of Lord Krishna, Dwarka was said to be a marvel of architecture and wonder, a city with gates of silver and palaces of crystal, where streets gleamed with jewels and lotus flowers bloomed in sacred ponds. But it was more than beautiful. It was powerful. And when Krishna left the earth, the sea rose and swallowed the city whole. For centuries, That is where the story rested, among legend, among the myths, until 1983. That year, India's National Institute of Oceanography launched a marine archaeological survey along the northwestern coast of Gujarat. They weren't looking for Dwarka, not exactly, but what they found changed everything. Just off the coast of modern-day Dwarka, a small temple town perched at the edge of the Arabian Sea, divers encountered something unexpected beneath the waves. Structures, stone walls, rectangular blocks, symmetrical arrangements that didn't belong to nature. The sea had moved, yes, but the past had not vanished. Further exploration revealed what looked like steps, pillars, and the foundations of buildings, all submerged beneath layers of sand and sediment, overgrown with coral, but unmistakably crafted. At first, the finds were dismissed by skeptics. Natural rock formations, they said, pareidolia of the seabed. But then came the artifacts. Divers recovered pottery shards, stone anchors, tools, beads, all dated to a time far older than expected, some to as early as 1500 BCE. And suddenly, the old stories didn't seem so impossible. One researcher, marine archaeologist Dr. S.R. Rao, led many of the early dives. He was convinced these ruins belonged to the ancient Dwarka of Krishna, not just because of the structures themselves, but because of their alignment. According to the texts, Dwarka had been built on the banks of the Gomti River, and here, underwater, was evidence of an ancient river channel now submerged. Satellite imagery and bathymetric scans revealed a grid-like layout, streets and corridors running perpendicular to one another. Not the randomness of nature, the order of intention. But the deeper divers went, the more the mystery grew. Because the structures weren't isolated, they stretched over miles. In 2001, a sonar survey conducted further south in the Gulf of Khambhat detected something even more extraordinary. An entire cityscape, sprawling geometric patterns on the seafloor, straight lines, circular depressions, what appeared to be foundations, walls, basins. Here, 120 feet below the water, lay a submerged complex nearly 5 miles long. Diving was difficult. The currents in the Gulf of Khambhat are among the most treacherous in India, with near zero visibility. But samples were recovered, wooden structures, carbon dated to 7,500 BCE. That's older than the pyramids, older than Mesopotamia, and far, far older than what we thought civilization in India could be. If the dating is accurate, this would not just be a lost city. It would be one of the oldest, older than history remembers. Naturally, debate exploded. Conventional historians and archaeologists pushed back. How could a city that ancient have existed? Where were the written records? Why had it taken this long to find? And yet, there were the remains, the sonar scans, the artifacts, and the texts. Because Dwarka was not just a name whispered by locals. It was a city described in detail thousands of years ago. According to the Mahabharata, Krishna built Dwarka after fleeing from Mathura, seeking a safe haven for his people. He chose the western coast, and with divine help, raised a city of immense splendor. One passage reads, "The streets were paved with gold, the palaces with sapphires, gardens bloomed in every direction, and the city shone like a beacon to the gods." But it would not last. For when Krishna departed the mortal world, the city, untethered from his divine protection, was reclaimed by the sea. The texts are vivid, describing great waves, torrents of water, and a city that vanished beneath the ocean in a single night. For millennia, it sounded like metaphor, a symbolic ending to a divine tale, until divers found the stones, until sonar traced the lines of a vanished city, until carbon dating whispered a date so old, it didn't fit. But if the ocean floor holds the remnants of Dwarka, what does that mean for the stories? Were the myths history all along? Was Krishna not a god, but a king? Or were the ancients more than just observers of divine tales? Were they witnesses? Some scholars believe Krishna was a real historical figure, a tribal leader or chieftain whose memory became immortalized in story. Others think Dwarka may have been real, but its divine embellishments are just that, embellishments. But there is another school of thought that something happened in ancient India, something so monumental that it became myth. A civilization rose, it flourished, it created cities of stone and harbors of trade, and then, through flood or fire or time, it vanished. And all that remained were stories. But now, those stories are aligning with sonar, with satellite data, with coral-covered ruins that rest in patterns too precise to ignore. Dwarka's mystery is not just its submersion, it's the scale, the technology, the implication that someone, somewhere, built a city advanced enough to rival the legends, in an era when most of the world was still nomadic. There are anchors found at the site that resemble those used by large seafaring vessels, and evidence of maritime trade, which suggests not only settlement, but connection. Connection to what? To whom? The Indian Ocean was once a vast trade highway, long before the rise of the known empires. And some believe Dwarka may have been part of a lost maritime network, one that included Lothal, Dholavira, and other Harappan cities now reduced to ruin. Could Dwarka have been their port, their gateway to the sea, or something else entirely? A lone outpost of an older world? Some have even speculated that Dwarka was not the only city lost to the waves, that India's western coast may have been home to many such settlements, now erased by rising seas and tectonic shifts. If so, then Dwarka is not an anomaly. It is a window, a glimpse into a time before the time we remember. But what caused its end? Was it truly a sudden flood, as the texts describe? Did the sea rise in a single night, devouring palaces and temples whole? Or was it slower, a gradual submersion as river channels shifted and shorelines receded? Geological studies suggest that sea levels around the region did rise dramatically after the last ice age, and that parts of the Indian coastline have changed shape significantly over the last 10,000 years. But even that doesn't fully explain the uniformity of the submerged structures, the right angles, the corridors, the sense of design. It suggests something built, not eroded. And so we return to the legends, not as fantasy, but as memory, encoded in story, preserved in prayer. Was Dwarka a divine city or a real one? Was Krishna a god or a leader? Was the flood metaphor or eyewitness? Perhaps the answer lies not in choosing between science and myth, but in listening for the places where they echo each other. Because the ocean does not lie. It forgets until someone remembers to look. And there, beneath the tides of Gujarat, the memory of Dwarka waits. A memory made of stone, shaped by hand, and carried forward by wave after wave, year after year, until all that remains is a question, a quiet one that does not shout. It waits, it listens, and it asks, what else have we mistaken for legend? And what cities lie still beneath the sea, with their gates closed and their stories unspoken? Somewhere below, the answer may still stand. if only we dare to descend. Story 4. The Pavlopetri Ruins. From the ghostly rhythms of Dwarka's forgotten walls, where the sea laps gently against submerged myth, we drift now toward the Mediterranean, where another city sleeps beneath the waves. But unlike Dwarka, whose tale is wrapped in divine descent and celestial weaponry, this place tells a quieter story. No gods, no fire from the sky, just homes, streets, tombs, and silence. Where Dwarka speaks of the sacred, Pavlopetri whispers the ordinary, but in doing so, becomes even stranger. Because here, beneath the blue-green shallows off the coast of Greece, lies a city that should not exist. A city that predates the very empires we believe built civilization. A city lost not to myth, but to time. Let us begin. The water is warm in the Peloponnesian summer. It moves softly here, lapping against the shore in slow, meditative breaths. At night, it reflects moonlight like polished obsidian. During the day, it glows turquoise and glassy, revealing slivers of what lies below. From a distance, the beach of Vatica Bay in southern Laconia seems unremarkable. Small waves, craggy hills, the usual olive trees and sun-bleached stones, but swim just 20 meters out, and something appears beneath the surface, a pattern. Stones, not randomly scattered, but placed. Flat surfaces, rectangular cuts, linear alignments, each silently insisting that this is no accident. And it's not. What lies just beneath this tranquil water is one of the oldest known submerged cities in the world, Pavlopetri, a name given to ruins that predate Plato, that predate the Parthenon, the pyramids, even the idea of Atlantis. Here, in less than 4 meters of water, are roads, courtyards, multi-room buildings, a complex street grid, and tombs. Not fragments of civilization, but the blueprint of it. Estimated to be nearly 5,000 years old, Pavlopetri has confounded archaeologists since its discovery, because it does not simply hint at human habitation, it proves it. In 1967, a team of scientists from the University of Cambridge were conducting a survey of the Greek coastline when they stumbled upon something odd in Vatica Bay. At first glance, it looked like just another reef, jagged limestone shapes, sun-dappled and broken. But the angles were too clean, too deliberate. Soon after, diver Nicholas Fleming confirmed what the shape suggested. The reef was no reef at all. It was a city. A year later, an archaeological team returned, led by Dr. Angelos Delivorius. Using underwater cameras and tape measures, they mapped out the site. What they found was staggering. Foundations of buildings arranged along a clear street system. Stone walls still intact, some nearly a meter high. Remains of what appeared to be a central square, a kind of agora or civic gathering space. Tombs carved into rock, and even what looked like a well-planned drainage system. In a world where most ancient cities are known from foundations buried in earth, Pavlopetri's layout was visible in a single glance, as though the sea had gently laid a transparent sheet of glass over it, preserving its design without hiding it. But how old was it? Initial studies dated the site to around 1500 BCE, placing it in the Mycenaean period, the age of heroes, of Homeric warriors and palatial states. That alone would have been remarkable. But as researchers dug deeper, both metaphorically and literally, They discovered ceramic fragments lodged in the seabed far below the Mycenaean layer. Fragments belonging to the early Bronze Age, 3000 BCE. Suddenly, the city beneath the waves was older than anyone had imagined. Older than Troy, older than written Greek, older than any known city in Europe still laid out in such complete form. And then came the questions. How could such a complex city exist so early in human history? Who built it? And how did it end up underwater? The layout of Pavlopetri is haunting in its familiarity. There are no grand monuments, no ziggurats or pyramids, no temples with thunderous columns. Instead, we find homes, alleys, communal spaces. It is a city of people, not kings. One of the first things archaeologists noticed was the consistency in the layout. Homes built with shared courtyards facing communal roads. Some houses had up to 12 rooms, suggesting extended families or intergenerational living. Streets were not haphazard, but aligned. There was a system here, an order. The design suggests planning, forethought, perhaps even governance. That in itself was a revelation, because urban planning of this sophistication is rarely found at such an early date, and almost never underwater. There was also industry. Nearby structures suggest textile production, perhaps dyeing or spinning. Some believe a form of early trade operated out of Pavlopetri, with ships docking at the nearby shore to exchange goods. Ceramic jars and stone tools speak of everyday life. People lived here, worked here, died here, and then they vanished. But what took Pavlopetri? What transformed a vibrant Bronze Age city into a sunken stone ghost? There are no signs of fire, no evidence of war. The buildings did not collapse all at once. They were not buried in volcanic ash or consumed by floodwater in a single day. Rather, it seems, the sea crept in slowly. A series of tectonic events, earthquakes primarily, appear to have destabilized the shoreline over generations. One tremor at a time, the land sank. Combined with rising sea levels since the end of the last ice age, Pavlopetri was eventually claimed by the sea. Not as punishment, not as legend, but as geology. And yet, something about that explanation feels too clean, too quiet. Because for all the data that confirms Pavlopetri's age and construction, there is an absence, a gap. We still do not know what the people of Pavlopetri called themselves. We have no texts, no inscriptions, no names, just shapes, lines in stone, as if they spoke a language now lost or never recorded. The mystery deepens when we ask why the city was built where it was in the first place. Why here? Why so close to the edge of a restless sea? It's possible, of course, that the shoreline was further inland thousands of years ago, that the harbour was shallow, the waters calm. But other researchers suggest the location was intentional, that the inhabitants were not simply land dwellers, but seafarers, traders, migrants from further east perhaps, Anatolia or even beyond. The design of the city hints at a maritime culture. The proximity of homes to the coast, the layout of roads that lead straight to the water's edge, all suggest a people accustomed to the tides. Some theorists propose that Pavlopetri was a kind of trading outpost, a node in a larger network of early Bronze Age exchange stretching from the Levant to the Cyclades to Crete. If so, this city would have been a crucial bridge between cultures, a point of convergence between Europe, Asia, and Africa. And then, it was forgotten. For centuries, no one knew it was there. The people who lived in the surrounding villages never spoke of the ruins offshore. No myths survived. No local legends spoke of a drowned city. Pavlopetri had not just been buried, it had been erased, as if its memory had been swallowed by the very tides that covered it. It wasn't until modern divers stumbled across its strange geometry that the city was remembered, which raises an uncomfortable thought. If an entire city can vanish for millennia, lost beneath just 4 meters of water, how many others remain hidden? How many Pavlopetris lie sleeping beneath the Mediterranean? In 2009, technology gave us a new lens through which to view the city. A joint effort between the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and a team from the University of Nottingham launched the Pavlopetri Underwater Archaeology Project. Using side-scan sonar, stereophotogrammetry, and 3D laser mapping, they created the first digital reconstruction of the entire site. The results were astonishing. A complete Bronze Age city, street by street, room by room, rendered in perfect digital clarity. Walls, floors, paths, everything still there, still intact. The site had remained untouched for thousands of years, preserved by the water that had buried it. There were no later civilizations built atop it, no medieval villages to disrupt its plan. It was pristine, like a time capsule left open on the seafloor. And with it came the eerie sensation that if you could just drain the bay, Pavlopetri would be ready to live again. But not all mysteries are archaeological. Some are philosophical. Because the deeper question Pavlopetri poses isn't simply how it was built or why it sank. It's this: why don't we remember? How does a city, a functioning, thriving human place, disappear so completely from human memory? No poems, no maps, no oral traditions, not even a word. If a place as significant and advanced as Pavlopetri can vanish without trace, what else have we lost? What histories lie drowned not in water, but in silence? And why do we assume that everything important has already been found? There is one final layer to the mystery, one that returns us to the concept of myth. When Plato described Atlantis, he spoke of a city advanced beyond its time, a place of order and power, swallowed by the sea in a single day and night. Scholars have long debated whether Atlantis was real, allegory, or distortion of older tales. But what if Atlantis was not a singular place? What if it was a memory, a composite recollection of cities like Pavlopetri? Cities that rose early, that lived quietly, that traded and built and made homes by the sea, and that were lost, not in cataclysm, not in punishment, but in the slow erosion of time, forgotten until remembered again. Today, Pavlopetri remains underwater. There is no plan to raise it, no great monument marking its existence. Divers can visit, though it is protected, swimming above its walls, tracing its outlines with curious eyes. But most who pass through this part of Greece never know it's there. The beach remains unremarkable, the hills silent. Only the sea remembers. It whispers its knowledge to those who listen. And in that whisper is a reminder. Civilization is not a straight line. It is not always upward or forward. Sometimes it builds, sometimes it drowns, and sometimes it simply waits, silent, beneath the tide. So we leave Pavlopetri where it rests, not with the grandeur of temples or the blood of war, but with something more human. A quiet neighborhood, a stretch of road, an echo of life lived long ago, now entombed in water and light. And as we drift onward, deeper into the catalogue of the sea's forgotten stories, we ask again, how many cities have we walked over, never knowing they once stood? How many names have we lost because no one remained to speak them? and what else lies just beneath the surface, waiting to be seen. Story 5. The Atlit Yam skeletons. From the salt-bleached stones of Pavlopetri to the soft hush of the sea beyond, we drift quietly forward, carried not by tide or time, but by the lingering weight of forgotten lives. There, beneath the Aegean, we saw the outlines of streets, homes, and history, structured but silent, orderly yet lost. It felt personal somehow, less like ruins, more like memories. But as we move on, the water seems to darken again, not in depth, but in tone. Because not all underwater ruins are lifeless. Some still hold their dead, and one place still whispers through their bones. Let's journey now to the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, to the coast of modern-day Israel. Here, just a few meters below the gentle surf, lies something truly haunting. A village swallowed not just by time, but by the sea. A Neolithic settlement, older than the pyramids, frozen in its final moments. And among its sunken stones, skeletons, locked in silent poses beneath the sand. This is the story of Atlit Yam. What it reveals isn't just an archaeological marvel, but an enigma, a moment suspended in water and silt, where the dead still speak, and the living still search for meaning. Let's begin with the sea. The waters off the coast of Atlit are calm, not the wild, churning violence we sometimes imagine when picturing coastal cataclysms, but a quiet blue, Mediterranean stillness. The waves here roll in softly, brushing the shoreline as they have for millennia. Fishermen drift over these waters every day. Children swim near the rocks, unaware that beneath them lies an entire world, forgotten. It wasn't until the 1980s that this place revealed itself. A team of marine archaeologists, led by Ehud Galilee, was conducting surveys along the coast when they stumbled upon something strange. Just 10 meters below the surface, the divers began to notice shapes. Not coral, not rock, but walls. Flat stones laid deliberately in place, circular structures, then tools. Flint sickles, mortar and pestles, bonefish hooks, all resting in a bed of seagrass and sediment. And then they found the skeletons. Atlit Yam wasn't just a settlement. It was a home, a community. And now, in death, it was perfectly preserved, entombed not by earth, but by the ocean. Carbon dating placed the site at around 9,000 years old. That's the pre-pottery Neolithic period, an age when agriculture was just beginning to take root in the Levant. This was long before cities, before writing, before empires. Yet here, just offshore, was a glimpse into one of the earliest known organized human communities. And it was hauntingly complete. The settlement stretched over 40,000 square meters, nearly 10 acres. Submerged, yes, but not destroyed. Archaeologists uncovered stone-built houses with hearths still intact, wells, silos, workstations. The layout suggested planning, social structure. This wasn't a temporary camp. It was a village with its own dead. The most famous burial site at Atlit Yam is unlike any found elsewhere in the region. 2 skeletons, 1 adult female, 1 child, were discovered lying side by side, buried beneath layers of sand and seagrass. Their bones were remarkably well preserved. The child was just under a year old. The woman, likely the mother, was between 25 and 35. But what stunned researchers wasn't just the poignancy of their pose, it was the position of their hands. The woman's arms were stretched toward the child, fingers curled slightly, as if reaching out in protection or grief. It was a snapshot of sorrow, captured for eternity. But that wasn't the only mystery. Other burials revealed signs of disease, specifically tuberculosis. If confirmed, this would represent one of the earliest known cases of tuberculosis in human history, a disease that still affects millions today. Found here, preserved in Neolithic bone. And then there's the question no one can answer. Why did they vanish? Atlit Yam appears to have been abandoned suddenly. There are no signs of warfare, no evidence of fire or famine. The wells still held clean water. The tools were left in place as if their owners intended to return, but they never did. And soon after, the sea came. One theory suggests a tsunami, possibly triggered by a massive volcanic eruption in the Mediterranean, or an earthquake along the Dead Sea Rift. Geological evidence points to significant seismic activity during this era. A wall of water, sudden and unforgiving, could have swallowed the coastline in minutes. And Atlit Yam, being so close to the sea, would have had no chance. But there's another idea, one quieter, slower, more chilling. What if it wasn't a disaster? What if the sea simply rose? The end of the last ice age brought dramatic changes to global sea levels. As the glaciers melted, coastlines shifted. In some regions, the water rose over 100 meters. In the eastern Mediterranean, this process may have taken centuries. But for a community like Atlit Yam, even a few meters would have spelled doom. Their wells would have turned brackish, fields flooded, homes dampened and eroded. Some may have fled inland, others stayed, hoping the tide would turn. But it never did, and so the sea took them, not in fury, but in silence. And there they remain. What makes Atlit Yam so unique isn't just its age, or its size, or even its preservation. It's the intimacy of it. This isn't a monument. It's not a temple. It's not a fortress. It's a village, a human place. And it offers a rare window into what life looked like at the dawn of civilization. Consider the central feature of the site, a semicircular arrangement of 7 massive stones, each weighing over 600 kilograms. They stand upright, anchored deep in the seabed. At the center lies a freshwater spring. Some researchers believe this structure had ritual significance, perhaps linked to water worship, fertility, or healing. Others think it may have been a kind of Neolithic well house, marking a communal resource. But either way, the stones suggest more than survival. They suggest meaning, purpose, belief. We also find signs of agriculture, evidence that the people of Atlit Yam were cultivating grain and legumes, not just gathering, but planting, harvesting, storing. They raised cattle too, some of the earliest domesticated animals in the region. Goats, sheep, pigs. Their bones lie scattered near hearths or buried in refuse pits. This was a community rooted in the land, and yet, paradoxically, now claimed by the sea. And perhaps that's what makes it feel so eerie. Because Atlit Yam isn't just a ruin, it's a reversal. A place where the land was taken by water, where homes became reefs, where memories became sediment, and where a young mother still reaches, eternally, for her child. But the mystery doesn't end there. Over the decades, theories about Atlit Yam have grown more speculative. Some suggest the village may have been part of a larger coastal network, an early chain of settlements that lined the eastern Mediterranean before being swallowed by post-glacial seas. If true, it would mean Atlit Yam is just one piece of a much larger puzzle, a sunken map of human history spread beneath the waves. Others have pointed to the site's proximity to underwater fault lines, proposing that its sudden flooding could have resulted from a local tectonic collapse, where a portion of the coast simply dropped below sea level. But then, there are the stranger ideas. Fringe theorists argue that Atlit Yam may be connected to even older, more advanced civilizations, echoes of lost knowledge from the deep past. Some see the stone circle as a kind of Neolithic observatory. Others claim the site aligns with celestial patterns, suggesting early astronomical awareness. And a few go further still, linking Atlit Yam to legends of Atlantis, or suggesting that the site represents evidence of a global cataclysm remembered dimly in myth. But there is, as always, no proof, only possibilities. And in that gap between evidence and imagination, the mystery grows. What we do know is this: Atlit Yam is real. It existed. It was alive with sound and fire and community before it fell silent. And unlike so many archaeological sites, this one was preserved not by dry desert air, but by salt water. The sediment and the sea acted as a natural time capsule, sealing in bone, ash, and memory. But time is catching up. Today, the site lies just beneath the reach of modern pollution. Coastal development, boat traffic, and changing water chemistry all pose risks. Some of the stones have already shifted. Seaweed grows where walls once stood. Sand erodes burial sites. And yet, even as the sea reclaims its own, the story remains. In museums and academic journals, in sonar scans and underwater photographs, the people of Atlit Yam are being remembered, studied, catalogued, honoured. But questions linger. What caused them to vanish? Did they see it coming? And if they did, what did they say to each other in those final moments? Did they pack what they could and flee? Or did some choose to stay, watching the water rise night after night until it was too late? We may never know, but the bones suggest a kind of peace. No signs of struggle, no mass graves, no burning, just quiet, abandonment, as if the sea arrived like sleep, slow, inescapable, final. Story 6. The Gulf of Khambhat Ruins. From the quiet graveyards of Atlit Yam, where bones sleep beneath the sea, we drift eastward, not to the Mediterranean, but across the great curve of the earth, to the vast, silt-rich waters of Western India. A place where the tides rise like clockwork, where the sea churns in brown spirals, and where, in the year 2001, a sonar scan returned something no one expected. Regular shapes, lines, angles, right-angled corners, a geometry that did not belong to nature. Beneath 120 feet of water, the Gulf of Khambhat whispered a name not spoken in tens of thousands of years. And from that moment, nothing was the same. The Gulf of Khambhat lies at the mouth of the Sabarmati River, where the land slopes gently into the Arabian Sea. It is not a clear water paradise. This is not a place of coral reefs or gentle tides. The water here is murky, thick with silt and sediment, stirred endlessly by shifting currents and monsoon surges. Visibility drops to inches. Even sunlight strains to reach the bottom. But in the late 1990s, the Indian government launched a large-scale oceanographic study, not to find ruins, but to monitor pollution levels, Vessels from the National Institute of Ocean Technology deployed side-scan sonar devices to map the seafloor, searching for environmental data. Instead, they found a city. The sonar images were strange. Linear formations arranged in grid-like patterns, rectangular outlines, what looked like collapsed walls, a kind of submerged blueprint spread across 5 square miles of ocean floor. There were steps, stones laid in rows, and in the center of the site, what looked like the foundation of a large structure, aligned almost perfectly north to south. For a team expecting pollution data, it was like discovering a lost chapter in a history book. Initial reports described it as a possible urban settlement, possibly dating back over 9,000 years. Far older than anything else in India. Far older even than the Indus Valley civilization. Divers were sent down, but the currents were relentless. Visibility was nearly zero. They returned with only fragments, small pieces of stone, wood, and pottery. But the wood, that's what changed everything. A carbon dating test revealed the sample to be 9,500 years old. If that date was accurate, it would predate not just India's Harappan cities, but all known civilizations. It would make this one of the oldest organized human settlements ever discovered, and perhaps the first. Skepticism was immediate. Archaeologists around the world pushed back. Was this real? Was the wood sample part of the structure, or simply debris swept in by the current? Was the sonar reading showing ruins, or merely natural rock formations misread by hopeful eyes? Was this a city, or was it a mirage? To understand what might be hidden beneath Khambhat's waves, we have to go back. Not a few hundred years, not a few thousand, but back into the blurred line between prehistory and civilization. The end of the last ice age, the Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate shift, massive glacial melt, and rising seas. Between 10,000 and 8,000 BCE, water levels around the world rose dramatically, sometimes dozens of meters in a single millennium. Entire coastlines vanished, river valleys drowned, and if early human settlements had formed along those ancient shores, then they too were pulled under, buried not by time, but by tide. The site in the Gulf of Khambhat fits this timeline. Before the sea swallowed it, it would have rested at the edge of a fertile floodplain, ideal for early agriculture, close to river access, close to trade routes, the kind of place people settle and build. But the ocean is not a gentle keeper. Over thousands of years, sediment layers build up, tides erode, the structures fall inward, and when the sea returns, it does not give back easily. Still, some believe the clues are undeniable. Multiple recovered artifacts were tested. Some were stone tools, others ceramic shards. A piece of fossilized jawbone was retrieved from the site. Its age remains disputed, but its presence deepens the enigma. Were these the remains of the city's inhabitants, fishermen, farmers, ancestors of what would later become India's great civilizations? Or were they just travelers, touched briefly by the tide and forgotten? Competing theories soon emerged. Some researchers argued that the ruins were real, but that the carbon-dated wood was unrelated. Others insisted the sonar patterns were misinterpreted, that natural geology, especially in high silt, high current environments, can produce shapes that mimic man-made structures, that the ocean was playing tricks. But proponents pushed back. There were too many right angles, too many grid-like formations, too much symmetry, and most damning of all, the layout resembled known cities. Not perfectly, but enough to raise the hairs on the neck. In 2002, a team returned to the site, this time with remotely operated vehicles. They recovered more fragments, carved stones, beads, a possible tool handle, a bone. Each piece on its own could be dismissed. Taken together, they suggested something larger, something lost. But science is slow, and controversy even slower. Years passed, funding faded. The site remains largely unexcavated, still deep beneath the churning waters of the Gulf. And yet the mystery persists. If the site is real, if it truly is an ancient city, it rewrites everything. India's history, human history, the origins of urbanization. It would suggest that complex societies existed long before Mesopotamia, long before Egypt, that the story of civilization doesn't begin where we think it does. And this isn't the only anomaly. Along India's coastline, other rumors have surfaced. Submerged temples off Mahabalipuram, underwater walls near Dwarka, places whispered of in myth that now show hints of stone. The land remembers, even when the water tries to erase. So what happened to the people of Khambhat? Were they swept away by floodwaters? Did the ocean rise slowly, forcing them to retreat year by year, abandoning homes, streets, rituals? Or did they vanish in a single catastrophe? A storm, a quake, a night when the sea did not stop rising. We don't know. We may never know. But the silence of the Gulf is not empty. It holds shapes, patterns, memories carved in stone. Not the memories of kings or empires, but of beginnings. And perhaps that's what makes the ruins of Khambhat so haunting. They aren't glorious. They aren't adorned with gold or guarded by sphinxes. They are quiet, basic, foundational, the bones of a city, not yet named, a place without a recorded story. Yet, what would they have believed? What gods did they worship, if any? What language did they speak? Did they tell stories by firelight? Did they dream of the stars? Or were they like us, searching, trying to build something that would last? Some say the ruins are nothing, an illusion, a misread scan and a piece of driftwood. But others, they see something else. The first step, the first wall, the first dream of permanence, buried not by sand, but by time and tide. The Gulf of Khambhat doesn't reveal its secrets easily. It is muddy, unclear. Its currents don't part for divers. Its silt doesn't lift for cameras. It guards what it holds. And maybe that's fitting, because if this truly is a city from 9,000 years ago, then it is not just old. It is pre-memory, pre-language. It belongs to the world before history. So the question remains, is it real? Or are we chasing shadows in the mud? Are we glimpsing the first spark of civilization? Or mistaking nature's chaos for human design? We don't know. But the sonar still echoes. The shapes still sit on the seafloor. And the wood still dates to 7,500 BCE. The story of Khambhat is not finished. It may never be. But in the quiet swirls of sediment, in the lines drawn faintly across the ocean floor, we see the outline of something, not a city, not yet, but maybe the memory of one, waiting for the right eyes, for the right time, and for the world to believe. Story 7. The submerged pyramid of Yonaguni. From the darkened troughs of the Indian Ocean, where the ruins of Khambhat sleep beneath layers of silt and time, we now drift eastward, to a place where the Pacific meets the sky in a lonely gesture of horizon. A place just beyond the map's edge. Here, scattered across the Ryukyu archipelago, lie islands shaped by wind, silence, and forgotten time. And at the westernmost fringe of this chain, only 70 miles from the coast of Taiwan, rests Yonaguni. Small, wind-bent, timeless. Most days, it feels like the end of the earth. And perhaps, beneath its waves, it is. Because here, hidden in the blue beneath the island's southern cliffs, rises a shape that does not belong. Massive, geometric, silent. A submerged monument carved into the seafloor itself. Not by tides, but by something with intent. This is not just stone. This is story, waiting to surface. The sea around Yonaguni is clear, unusually so. On calm days, one can peer down through 40, 50 feet of water as if through glass. Schools of barracuda flash silver in the light. Turtles drift like ancient dreams. The reefs are alive with color. Life hums here, loud and wide. But in 1986, something changed. It began with a shadow. Kihachiro Aratake was no mystic. A dive tour operator by trade, he spent his life guiding visitors through Yonaguni's underwater reefs. But that day, he was alone. Searching the southern coast for hammerhead sharks, his path veered slightly westward toward a part of the island few frequented. And then, the shadow beneath him grew strange. Not the long, soft form of a shark, nor the broken spine of reef. This was something else, something massive, angular. Descending slowly, his heartbeat rising with every fin stroke, Aratake saw it. A structure rising from the seabed like the exposed corner of a buried temple. Roughly rectangular, tiered, with sides that sloped sharply like stairs or walls. He circled it, and again. Each pass revealed more detail. Steps perfectly cut. Platforms too flat, edges too straight. This was no coral formation and no reef. He surfaced breathless, haunted by what he'd seen. But the world didn't listen. At first, weeks passed. A few colleagues joined his dives, returned uneasy. Photographs were taken, videos filmed, and slowly, the whispers began. Had Aratake discovered ruins? Was there a pyramid beneath Yonaguni? In the years that followed, the site, now known as the Yonaguni Monument, would become one of the most contested, bewildering, and haunting underwater structures on Earth. And no one can agree on what it is, or what it means. Let's dive into it, slowly, and see how deep the mystery really goes. The monument lies just off the southern coast of Yonaguni, submerged between 16 and 25 meters below the surface. Shallow enough to be accessible to divers, yet deep enough to remain undisturbed for centuries. Its dimensions are staggering. 150 meters long, 40 meters wide, rising nearly 30 meters from the seafloor. If it were lifted from the ocean, it would rival the size of a small football stadium, an entire structure carved into the bedrock itself. Not built, carved. That distinction matters, because while most ancient ruins are stacked, assembled, or constructed from blocks or quarried stone, this appears to be one massive piece, a megalith, sculpted in place. Imagine descending upon it now. The current is strong. It always is in this region. Currents sweep in from the East China Sea, wrapping around Yonaguni like liquid wind. You drift slowly toward a ridge that doesn't quite match the ocean floor around it. The water is blue, clear, but somehow dark in tone. Not the warm turquoise of the shallows. Something cooler, older. As you descend, the shape grows clearer. Not random, not broken, tiered, like a ziggurat or an altar. The top platform is wide and flat, shaped like a deck. Divers call it the main terrace. It stretches for over 50 meters. At its center is a shallow pool, bordered by a lip of stone. Some have called it a ceremonial basin. Just beneath this plateau are steps, wide, uniform, carved cleanly into the rock as though etched by some enormous chisel. No coral, no barnacles, just edges. And along one side, what appears to be an entrance, a long, narrow passage leading downward into the monument. This corridor bends and dips and opens into chambers. Some are tight, others cavernous. And here, the question begins to gnaw at you. How? How does nature carve this? Not once, but again and again. There are other features too, features that defy geological explanation. A series of what look like pillars, thin at the top, thicker at the base. A massive stone slab known as the turtle, shaped uncannily like a sea turtle when seen from above. A set of twin depressions, called the twins, aligned almost perfectly north-south. And, perhaps most disturbingly, a sheer vertical wall on the eastern side of the monument. Perfectly smooth, as if sliced, as if something massive once stood beside it and was removed. To see it in person, divers say, is to be unsettled. It's not just the size or symmetry, it's the feeling that this was not meant to be underwater, that it was meant to be seen and used and remembered. So what is it? The theories are as varied as the currents around it, and just as hard to pin down. Let's begin with the skeptics. Geologists have long pointed to the layered sandstone that makes up Yonaguni's bedrock. They argue that tectonic activity, combined with the region's strong currents and occasional earthquakes, could have fractured the rock into geometric shapes. A natural process known as conchoidal fracturing can, under the right conditions, create rectangular splits. Combined with erosion, it can form terraces, steps, and ledges that mimic artificial construction. From this perspective, the Yonaguni monument is not a ruin. It's a coincidence, a geological accident, a trick of the eye, amplified by human pattern seeking. But this explanation falters under scrutiny, because erosion, however powerful, does not carve doorways. It does not sculpt right angles into a single block of stone, and it does not arrange features in alignment with cardinal directions. Which brings us to the other camp. Led by marine geologist Masaki Kimura, the believers argue that Yonaguni is not only man-made, but the remains of an ancient civilization long forgotten. Kimura has spent over 2 decades studying the monument. He's mapped its contours, catalogued its features, and identified what he believes are additional structures nearby. Roads, retaining walls, even possible statues. He calls the site the Atlantis of Japan, and he believes it was built over 10,000 years ago, long before the rise of Mesopotamia. If true, it would rewrite the history of human civilization. But how could such a society have existed? And why? Do we know nothing of it? This is where the mystery deepens. The last ice age ended around 11,700 years ago. Before that, sea levels were much lower, by as much as 100 meters. Entire coastlines now underwater would have been habitable land. In this scenario, the Yonaguni monument may have once stood on dry ground, a fortress, a temple, a gathering place. And when the ice melted, the sea claimed it. No records, no legends, just stone, buried in blue. Some have even connected it to the mythical lost continent of Mu, believed by certain fringe theorists to have once stretched across the Pacific before sinking into the ocean. Others tie it to Lemuria, or even pre-Diluvian flood myths. But these ideas, while compelling, lack evidence. No tools have been recovered from the site. No pottery, no bones, no inscriptions, only the stone itself. And yet, is that not enough? Is the monument not a record? If it were smaller, less precise, it could be dismissed. But divers describe a structure that feels intentional, almost reverent, as if it were meant to last, not for centuries, but for eternity. And there is one final detail, one that chills the spine of even the most hardened skeptic. Near the base of the monument, carved into the stone, is a small relief, faint, worn, easy to miss, but when highlighted in the light of a diver's torch, it appears to show a face, a human face, rounded, with distinct eyes, a nose, a mouth, not natural, not eroded, carved. By whom? We don't know. But if real, it changes everything. Because if even one carving is proven artificial, then the entire site must be re-evaluated, and history itself may need to be rewritten. Story 8. The Thonis-Heracleion ruins. From the stone terraces of Yonaguni, whose carved forms echo a memory too old to name, we now drift west, across the deepest trenches and warm equatorial currents, toward a different kind of silence. A silence not born of depth, but of disappearance. Because not all cities fade with time. Some are swallowed, whole. Our next mystery lies beneath the mouth of the Nile, in waters that once carried the breath of empires. And hidden beneath that breath, beneath centuries of silt, salt, and forgetting, is a city that was once the pride of Egypt. A city whispered about in ancient scrolls, doubted by scholars, lost for more than 1,000 years, until it wasn't. Let us now descend into the mystery of Thonis-Heracleion. Long before the rise of Alexandria, before Cleopatra's ships cast their shadows over the Mediterranean, there was another gateway to Egypt, a city of splendor, commerce, and divinity. Its name was Heracleion to the Greeks and Thonis to the Egyptians, a dual identity, fitting perhaps for a place that seemed to stand between worlds. By all accounts, it was magnificent. Perched on the edge of the Nile Delta, Heracleion was Egypt's principal port, the first glimpse of the kingdom for sailors arriving from the Aegean and beyond. And what a sight it must have been. Monumental gates, colossal statues, gold-leaf temples to gods both native and foreign. Commerce bustled beneath the gaze of sphinxes. Markets overflowed with spices, wine, papyrus. Pilgrims and merchants alike came to kneel before the great temple of Amun-Gerib and to pay respects at the sanctuary of Heracles, from whom the city took its Hellenized name. Then it vanished, without record, without battle, without flame. For centuries, Heracleion lived on only in fragments, a line of Greek text here, a Roman coin there. Scholars argued over whether it had ever existed at all, until the late 20th century. In the 1990s, French underwater archaeologist Frank Godiot was scouring Aboukir Bay, north of modern-day Alexandria. He was not looking for Heracleion. He was searching for Napoleonic wrecks, remnants of a different kind of empire. But what he found was something older, stranger. As sonar scanned the seabed, strange shadows appeared, too linear, too angular, stone blocks where no natural formation should be. Soon, divers confirmed the impossible. Columns, obelisks, doorways, a city, submerged, preserved in the stillness of modern time. Over the next 2 decades, the lost city of Thonis-Heracleion began to re-emerge. Piece by piece, Godio's team uncovered temple ruins, stone inscriptions, and more than 70 ancient shipwrecks, all embedded in the silty bottom of the Mediterranean beneath 30 feet of murky water. Some of the discoveries were massive. Statues over 16 feet tall, granite colossi of the god Hapi, of pharaohs lost to history, still standing, still watching. Others were delicate, gold amulets, weighing scales, writings in Greek and Demotic script. One stele, nearly intact, bore the royal decree of Pharaoh Nectanebo I, describing tax exemptions granted to the Temple of Neith. It named the city not once, but twice, Thonis-Heracleion, for the first time proof of their shared identity, a mystery solved. And yet, with each answer came new questions. Why did the city vanish? There was no war, no volcano, no recorded exodus, only a slow descent, as if the sea, tired of waiting, had finally claimed what was always hers. Geologists offer a theory. They point to a phenomenon called liquefaction, when the earth, saturated with water, loses its strength. A solid ground that suddenly behaves like liquid. An earthquake, even a mild one, could trigger this. And Thonis-Heracleion, they say, was built on fragile foundations, sedimentary soil, layered and soft. Add to that rising sea levels and the weight of monumental stone structures. And over time, the city may have simply sunk, not all at once, but gradually, fatally. Some parts may have collapsed during seismic events. Others slowly eroded, abandoned by those who fled to higher ground. It's a clean theory, orderly, but the artifacts themselves resist that order. Ships were found in arrangements that suggest ritual placement, not chaos. Sarcophagi of bulls and sacred animals were buried beneath layers of silt, but aligned with celestial markers. Coins from distant empires suggest a continued interaction long after the city was said to be gone, as if something more was at work, as if the city didn't fall apart, but was hidden. And here, the mystery deepens. Because the waters that now cover Thonis-Heracleion are not barren, they are strange. Divers report disorientation, compass errors, sudden temperature drops, not severe, but enough to notice, enough to unsettle. Some speak of shadows, shapes moving between columns, too large to be fish, too slow to be current. And then there is the stone. Many of the structures beneath the waves are seamless, as if carved from single blocks. But the stone itself, when tested, shows varied composition, as if different types of granite and limestone were fused together. No tool marks, no mortar, just the illusion of monoliths. How? Egyptian stonework is renowned, but this is different. More refined in some places, cruder in others. The balance is unsettling. Some theorists suggest that Heracleion was not simply a city, but a ritual site, a gateway between land and sea, between mortal and divine. After all, it housed temples to both Osiris and Heracles, gods of strength, of the underworld, of passage. Could it be that Thonis-Heracleion was never meant to remain above water? Some point to the Osirian mysteries, rites performed to simulate the death and resurrection of the god. Part of these rituals involved flooding, submersion. Could the city itself have been built as a ceremonial vessel, a place that, by design or prophecy, would one day return to the depths? There are inscriptions, barely legible now, that reference a cycle of the flood, not the annual inundation of the Nile, something greater, cosmic. And on one recovered stele, the final line reads, He returns when the land breathes water, an enigma or a warning. Archaeologists are cautious, as they must be. They speak of erosion, of climate, of time, but even the most grounded among them admit that Heracleion was not ordinary. It bore features not seen in other Nile Delta cities: circular docks that spiral inward, water channels that align with equinox sunsets, statues that face not east but north, toward the sea, toward the horizon, toward something. And there is this: the city, though submerged, is remarkably intact. Wooden coffins preserved under layers of anaerobic silt, papyri fragments readable with infrared light, ceramics with residues of unknown herbs and pigments. As if the city didn't decay, it waited. And now the water gives up its secrets slowly, only what it chooses. Each year, a new object, a statue head, a slab, a ring, each one reframing what we thought we knew. The line between ruin and offering begins to blur. Some suggest that Heracleion was never lost, just hidden from those not ready to see, that the earth did not betray it, but embraced it, protected it, until now. And what if that protection ends? Rising seas, pollution, tourism. The modern world presses in, and the city, once silent, may soon be forced to speak. But what will it say? Will it tell us how a city vanished without a sound? Will it reveal technologies of building we no longer understand? Or will it remain a riddle, a monument to forgetting? Even now, maps of the region mark Heracleion as both a discovery and a question. Because though we have touched its stones, we do not know its soul. We know when it sank, roughly. We know how deep, approximately. But why? Why would an empire's crown port disappear beneath the tide without a single chronicler raising alarm? Why do the stelae speak of cycles, of returns, of breath? And why, even now, does the city resist full excavation? Because for all the artifacts, there is no central archive, no royal tomb, no definitive temple, only fragments. As if someone took the memory of Heracleion and scattered it across the sea. But not to destroy it, to preserve it. And the ocean, faithful as ever, held that memory for centuries, until now. So we wait, for the tides to pull back just enough, for another statue to rise from the silt, for the moment when the past, blurred by water, becomes clear again. Heracleion was lost, but not forgotten. And if we listen closely, if we drift slow and still above its ruins, we might just hear what the water remembers. Not in words, but in weight, in stone, in silence that surrounds, but does not suffocate, a silence that endures, not absence, but memory, waiting, just beneath the surface. Story 9. The Port Royal Collapse. From the sunken palaces of Heracleion, where pharaohs once walked and gods were honored in temples now dissolved into sediment, we drift west, not across centuries, but seconds. Because not all cities vanish over time. Some are taken in an instant. This is the story of a place swallowed whole. A city where the earth itself gave way and the sea poured in. Not slowly, not gradually, but with the violence of something ancient reclaiming what man built too boldly. Port Royal, the city that sank. Not in myth, not in metaphor, but in daylight. In front of witnesses, a place called the wickedest city on earth, reduced to silence in minutes, and what remains rests beneath Jamaica's turquoise shallows, preserved like a paused heartbeat, holding on to secrets the ocean hasn't yet washed away. The story of Port Royal begins not in water, but in fire. The fire of gunpowder and conquest. It's the mid-17th century. Jamaica has just been seized by the British from the Spanish Empire, and with it comes a desire to turn this Caribbean island into something far more profitable than a colonial afterthought. Its location was ideal, perched on the edge of a deep natural harbour, protected by a long sand spit known as the Palisados. Here, at the tip of this sandy peninsula, a town was born, and it grew quickly, far too quickly. By the 1660s, Port Royal had become the busiest and most affluent port in the Caribbean, not because of trade alone, but because of what and who it attracted: privateers, pirates, smugglers. It became a haven for those who lived by their own laws, a place where morality bent under the weight of gold, where ships offloaded not just goods, but greed. They called it the Sodom of the New World, a city of excess, of taverns, brothels, and debauchery, where over 100 drinking establishments catered to a population of just a few thousand. And yet, for all its sin, Port Royal thrived. Its harbour was full, its streets were wide, its buildings were grand, many of them constructed of brick, imported at great cost. It was the wealthiest city in the Western Hemisphere, and some whispered it was tempting fate, because in a place where the earth is not made of rock, but sand, where foundations are temporary and the past is littered with tremors, you don't build temples to vice, you build warnings. June 7th, 1692. The morning began like any other. Clear skies, warm air, the smell of salt and smoke drifting in from the harbour. But beneath the sand, something moved. At 11:43 a.m., the ground shuddered. Not a single quake, but three, in quick succession. The earth liquefied, streets cracked open, buildings collapsed, and the sea came in. Eyewitnesses described it like the opening of a mouth. The ground split and pulled whole blocks of the city downward. 2/3 of Port Royal sank beneath the waves in the span of minutes. Gone. Those who survived did so by sheer luck, or by clinging to floating debris. Many were not so fortunate. Estimates suggest over 2,000 people died that day, not from fire or war, but from a world that simply stopped holding them. It wasn't just the shaking, it was the sand. Port Royal had been built on a narrow finger of loose sediment, unstable, waterlogged, and never meant to carry weight. When the earthquake struck, a process known as liquefaction began. Solid ground turned to fluid. Buildings that once stood tall were swallowed whole, as if pulled into quicksand by unseen hands. The sea didn't need to rise. The city fell to meet it. And in its descent, it froze. Entire structures, shops, homes, warehouses, sank intact into the bay, preserved by layers of silt and water. Even now, divers find pewter plates still stacked on tables, chairs upright, doorways unbroken. It is one of the only cities in the Western world to be buried by water and left so hauntingly undisturbed. For centuries, Port Royal was considered lost, a tale of divine retribution or nature's justice. But in the 1950s, a team of archaeologists began to rediscover what the sea had hidden. Using careful excavation techniques, they uncovered brick buildings beneath the waves, alleys, courtyards, even a pocket watch stopped at precisely 11:43 a.m., the moment the city began to die. These weren't ruins, they were snapshots, moments, time locked in water. The preservation was so complete that Port Royal became a landmark case in underwater archaeology. Not because it was ancient, but because it was alive. Still today, divers can drift through doorways that haven't been touched since the 17th century. They can see the past not as fragments, but as rooms. And it's here that the mystery begins to shift. Because while the quake is well documented, while the geology is understood, there remains an aura around Port Royal that science alone cannot explain. Why there? Why then? Some point to the city's decadence, to its excess, its violence, its refusal to bend to decency. They believe Port Royal's collapse was not coincidence, but consequence. That in a land of pirates and plunder, the earth itself passed judgment. Others reject this. They say earthquakes happen where plates meet and pressure builds, and that human vice plays no role in fault lines. But the symmetry is hard to ignore. A city called wicked, taken in a moment, preserved, as if in warning. One of the strangest aspects of Port Royal's underwater remains is how complete they are. Unlike other sunken cities, broken, eroded, shattered, Port Royal's ruins feel recent. Walls still rise. Roofs remain. A bed frame rests in place, undisturbed. The sea did not destroy. It sealed. Some divers report an eerie stillness in the water, as if the city breathes, but does not stir. Objects haven't drifted. They haven't scattered. They wait. And that has led to other questions. One of the city's most infamous residents was Henry Morgan, privateer, governor, and pirate, a man whose name still stirs legends. Though he died before the quake, his shadow lingered. Some say the city never escaped him, that his buried treasures still lie within its sunken streets. Others whisper of ghost stories, of divers who surface shaken, who hear voices through the regulator's hiss, who claim they felt watched, in a place where no one else was present. Superstition, perhaps, but understandable, in a place where time feels halted, where the line between history and haunting is paper thin. In the decades since, parts of Port Royal have resurfaced, both metaphorically and in ruins occasionally revealed by storms or shifting sands. Jamaican authorities have taken steps to preserve the underwater site, recognizing its unique status as a time capsule city. Plans have been made and abandoned to create an underwater heritage park, allowing divers and historians to witness history in situ. But preservation is delicate, and as tourism grows, so does risk. Each dive, each artifact removed, each careless motion takes something from a site that can never be rebuilt. Port Royal stands not just as a tragedy, but as a question. What do we learn when a city vanishes? Not through fire, not through war, but through silence, through the shifting of grains, through the sea deciding what stays and what slips beneath. Port Royal didn't collapse over generations. It wasn't buried slowly by dust or swallowed by vines. It was taken instantly, and yet it remains. Beneath the shallow waters of Kingston Harbour, less than 30 feet from the surface, the ghost of a city lies waiting. Not metaphor, not legend, brick and bone, cups still resting where lips once touched them. A world paused mid-sentence. It is this immediacy, this closeness, that gives Port Royal its weight. We often think of ruins as ancient, as distant, but this was a city of theatres and shops, of docked ships and laughing taverns, a city of light, extinguished, and so the mystery endures, not just in how it fell, but in why it lingers, preserved not by intention, but by accident, by a moment that shook the earth and let the sea fill its place. Port Royal may never rise again, but it has never truly left. Its bricks are still there, its streets, It's stories written in salt, waiting to be read by those who dive slow and listen deep. Story 10. The Port Royal Collapse. From the crumbling streets of Port Royal, where time paused in the midst of catastrophe, we now journey across the globe to another coastline. One not defined by sudden collapse, but by centuries of whispers. This isn't a tale of a city undone in seconds, but of temples long spoken of, yet hidden. Myths passed down through generations, speaking of sacred towers swallowed by the sea. The waters off the southeastern coast of India hold their own secrets. And when the tides shift and the waves retreat just far enough, a strange silhouette sometimes rises from beneath the foam. A shape carved by hands that time forgot. A temple, or what's left of one. This is the mystery of Mahabalipuram, where the legends of lost temples may no longer be just legends. Mahabalipuram, also known as Mahabalipuram, is an ancient port town in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, resting quietly along the Bay of Bengal. Today, it is known for its remarkable shore temples, monolithic rock carvings, and majestic sculptures that date back more than 1,200 years. But the stories told here go back much further. According to local legend, there were once 7 magnificent temples along this coast. 7 pagodas rising from the shore, their spires glittering in the sun, guiding seafarers safely to land. But of those 7, only one remains visible above the waves. The others, it is said, were claimed by the sea, vanished during a storm so fierce it was believed to be divine punishment. This legend, the tale of the 7 pagodas, has been passed down for centuries. And for just as long, it was considered just that, a legend. A story meant to explain the lone surviving temple that still stands watch over the sea. But in 2004, something unexpected happened. On December 26th, the Indian Ocean earthquake triggered a devastating tsunami. The waves surged inland with catastrophic force. But when they receded, something unusual was briefly revealed. Fishermen and residents reported seeing long-buried structures just offshore. Walls, steps, stone carvings, unearthed for moments before the sea reclaimed them. Archaeologists and divers were quickly dispatched to investigate, and what they found beneath the waters of Mahabalipuram would rekindle centuries of speculation. Just beyond the reach of the low tide line, scattered across the seabed, were unmistakably human-made structures. Granite blocks carved with the same artistry as the temples on land. Pillars, foundations, a lion statue, remarkably intact, its features still sharp against the current. These weren't random stones. They were part of something larger, something architectural. But how old were they? And what had happened to the rest? The surviving shore temple, built in the 8th century by the Pallava dynasty, has long been a testament to the region's artistic and spiritual legacy. Its precise stonework, sacred geometry, and devotion to Hindu deities like Shiva and Vishnu speak to a time when temple building was both a religious and political act. But even in the time of the Pallavas, there were references to older structures, to ancient sanctuaries lost to the sea. Some historians suggest that the legend of the 7 pagodas may have originated from mariners and traders, who saw the temple's spire as a coastal marker. A story that grew with each telling, until it was said that 6 other towers once stood beside it. Others believe the myth may point to real structures now lost beneath the shifting coastline. India's eastern seaboard has always been vulnerable to natural forces, storm surges, monsoons, and the slow but constant erosion of land. And when you look at the geology of the area, the idea of an ancient complex being overtaken by the ocean no longer feels so far-fetched. In fact, satellite imagery and seabed mapping have revealed that the coastline around Mahabalipuram has changed dramatically over the last 1,000 years. Shorelines have shifted, river mouths have moved, and land that once supported buildings has, in many places, simply vanished beneath the water. So the question is no longer if temples could have been lost to the sea. The question is how many and how far out they once stood. The underwater discoveries after the 2004 tsunami were just the beginning. Teams from the Archaeological Survey of India, in collaboration with international researchers, conducted dives and sonar sweeps along the coast. They found rectangular formations of stone, step-like platforms, patterns that mirrored the design motifs of the surviving temple complex. And then there was the lion, carved from granite, sitting upright on the seafloor, as if it had never been buried at all. The lion is a common symbol in Indian temple architecture, often placed at gateways or temple bases as a protective figure. Its presence offshore was more than symbolic. It was a marker, a whisper from another time. If one lion remained, how many more had once stood alongside it? The findings electrified both historians and spiritualists. For some, it was confirmation of a long-dismissed myth. For others, it raised deeper questions. Had Mahabalipuram once been a grander city, its temple complex more expansive than previously imagined? Or were these submerged remnants something else? Perhaps older even than the surviving temple? One theory suggests that the ruins may predate the Pallava dynasty, that the structures revealed by the tsunami, the platforms, the wall foundations, the lion, could belong to an earlier culture. The evidence is sparse. Much of the site remains difficult to access, buried under silt, coral, and tidal motion. But some believe there are clues hidden in the alignment of the surviving temple itself. The shore temple is unusual in its orientation. Unlike many Hindu temples, which face west or east, this one faces directly toward the ocean. Why? Was it a deliberate alignment, meant to connect temple and tide? A place where prayers met the horizon? Or was it a remnant, a survivor of a larger complex that extended seaward, its orientation once mirrored by temples now lost? There's also the curious link between Mahabalipuram and ancient maritime routes. Historical records, including writings by Greek and Chinese travelers, speak of a vibrant port at this site, a center of trade between the Indian subcontinent and the rest of the ancient world. If that's true, then the temples weren't just spiritual centers. They were landmarks, lighthouses for the soul, beacons that welcomed travelers and warned of treacherous waters. What would it mean then to lose such markers beneath the very sea they watched over? The symbolism is potent. A temple built to guide, lost in the currents it once commanded. But perhaps most haunting is the silence. The sea offers few answers. The granite blocks bear no inscriptions, no dates, no names, only the language of erosion, smooth edges, and water-worn grooves. Divers describe the site as otherworldly. Visibility is poor. Fish dart between columns. Sand clouds swirl with the motion of the current. and every movement feels watched, not by people, but by time itself. A place where history and myth blend together, where belief fills the gaps left by stone, and belief here runs deep. Some locals still say that on certain nights, when the moon is high and the tide low, you can hear bells beneath the waves, the faint toll of temple chimes muffled by water. Others speak of strange lights seen just offshore, shimmers that move with purpose, not current. Fishermen, long familiar with these waters, avoid casting nets too close to the temple, not out of superstition, but out of respect. They say the sea has memory, that it remembers what it took, and that one day it may give more of it back. The mystery of Mahabalipuram is not just about what's beneath the water. It's about what lies between the seen and unseen, between ruin and reverence, between the myth of the 7 pagodas and the solitary survivor that still watches the sea. What if there were more? What if the ocean has preserved a story we're only beginning to uncover? What secrets lie buried in the sand, just out of reach? And when the tide pulls back again, what else might rise to the surface? Or perhaps the sea, like history, is selective in what it reveals, and what it keeps for itself, forever. Story 11. The Lake Michigan Stone Circle. From the sun-drenched ruins of Mahabalipuram, where temples whispered of divine architecture swallowed by storm surge and legend, we now drift inland. Not all submerged secrets lie in the oceans. Some are hidden beneath lakes that, to the untrained eye, appear calm, ordinary. But beneath these placid waters, ancient hands may have shaped something enduring, something inexplicable. Let's turn to the heart of North America, to a lake shaped by glaciers, wind, and time. A lake known for shipwrecks, storms, and folklore. But few know what rests just 40 feet beneath its waves. This is the mystery of the Lake Michigan Stone Circle. In 2007, a routine sonar survey of Grand Traverse Bay took a strange turn. A team of underwater archaeologists, led by Mark Holley from Northwestern Michigan College, had set out to scan the lake bed for lost ships. The northern reaches of Lake Michigan, after all, are a graveyard of vessels claimed by sudden squalls and icy gales. Their equipment was meant to help map wreck sites and assist in preservation. But what they found was not a ship. It was a formation. Roughly 40 feet down, near the center of the bay, their sonar image returned something unexpected, a circle of stones. Some of them large, some of them deliberately placed, and one of them, according to early reports, marked by a carving. Not just any carving, a depiction of what appeared to be a mastodon. The mastodon, an Ice Age creature resembling a woolly mammoth, went extinct over 10,000 years ago. If the carving is authentic, if it truly depicts that animal, it would place human activity at the site deep into the prehistoric timeline, a time when the lake itself did not yet exist. Because during the last Ice Age, what is now Lake Michigan was a vast landscape of dry plains and retreating glaciers. The waterline was far lower. Animals roamed freely, and humans, if they were there, may have hunted, gathered, and marked stone. But what is this circle? Why is it there? And how could it have survived the rise of the lake? Let's begin with the physical evidence. The sonar scans revealed boulders ranging from 3 to 4 feet across, arranged in a loose but unmistakable arc. Not a perfect circle, but too deliberate to be random. Each stone seemed placed with intention, rather than scattered by ice or erosion. Divers sent to the site confirmed the formation and brought back photographs. The lighting below the surface was dim, visibility limited, but even through the gloom, the sense of design was apparent. Some rocks stood upright, others leaned, wedged into the lake bed. There was spacing, rhythm, order, and then there was the carved stone. This is the element that took the find from interesting to potentially groundbreaking. One of the stones, partially obscured by silt and aquatic growth, appeared to bear petroglyphic markings, lines, curves, and the unmistakable outline, perhaps, of a trunk and tusks. The suggestion was clear. Someone, long ago, may have carved the likeness of a mastodon onto this stone. If true, it changes everything, because North America has very few known examples of Ice Age petroglyphs, and fewer still that exist underwater. This would suggest not just early human presence, but symbolic thinking, ritual, maybe even astronomy. But confirmation has proven difficult. Photographic analysis of the carving has been challenged. Some researchers suggest the lines are natural, that what looks like a mastodon may simply be pareidolia, our mind interpreting shapes where none were intended. Others argue that the patterning is too specific to be accidental. The difficulty lies in access. The stone cannot be removed without permits, and underwater conditions make extended study nearly impossible. Visibility changes by the day. Sediment shifts, and the equipment needed to scan and image the carving in detail is expensive. For now, the mastodon remains a mystery. But the circle, the stones themselves, demand attention. Could this be a Native American medicine wheel? Similar stone circles exist across the Great Plains, often aligned to solar events or cardinal directions. Many were ceremonial, some were astronomical. Yet this one is underwater, and submerged stone circles are rare. To understand how it got there, we need to go back, way back. Roughly 10,000 years ago, the glaciers that once covered this region began to retreat. As they melted, they carved deep channels into the land. Those channels became lakes. Lake Michigan, along with the rest of the Great Lakes, is a glacial remnant. Its shape and depth were defined by the ice sheets that scraped across the continent. Before the lake existed, this region would have been dry. Forest, prairie, tundra, and it's entirely possible that early humans lived here, hunted here, gathered and worshipped here. In fact, evidence of Paleo-Indian activity has been found across Michigan and the broader Midwest. Stone tools, hearth remains, animal kill sites. Some of these date back 11,000 years, others even earlier. And crucially, these sites often show organized use of space. Fire pits surrounded by stone, tool-making areas demarcated by arranged rocks. So a circle of stones, especially near a source of fresh water, isn't out of the question. What is unusual is that this one survived. When the glaciers melted, the landscape changed. Slowly, the basin that became Lake Michigan filled with water. Rivers and meltwater rushed in. Shorelines shifted. Valleys drowned. If this stone circle is truly prehistoric, it would have had to predate the lake, which means it was built before the water came. And then, by sheer chance or intention, it was preserved. Could this have been a ceremonial site, a hunting camp, a calendar? Some believe the stones may have aligned with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, or lunar cycles. Others propose a more grounded theory, that the circle marked a game drive, a place where hunters funneled mastodons or caribou into a kill zone. After all, large stone circles and drive lines have been found across North America, used to trap migrating animals. If the carved stone truly depicts a mastodon, it would support this hypothesis. But there's also the spiritual dimension. Many indigenous cultures in North America regarded the landscape as sacred. Rocks were not just material, they were alive. Carvings were offerings, circles, portals. A submerged site, then, may have once been a place of reverence, of ceremony, of stories passed not by words, but by stone. And that brings us to another question. Why here? Why this part of the lake? Grand Traverse Bay is not just scenic, it's geologically complex. Underwater ridges and shelves run beneath its surface. Ancient riverbeds still channel the movement of fish. It's possible the circle was built atop a ridge, a high point in the ancient terrain, a lookout, or a place touched by the sun longer than the valleys below. In a landscape of ice and wind, such elevations would have held significance. But then came the water, and with it, a forgetting. The lake rose, flooded the valley, swallowed the circle, and for thousands of years, no one knew it was there, until a boat passed overhead, dragging sonar, and history stirred. Of course, not everyone agrees on the importance of the find. Skeptics point to the limited data. The formation is intriguing, they say, but not necessarily human. Glacial erratics, boulders deposited by retreating ice, can mimic intention, wave action, shifting sediments. Even frost heaving during the lake's early years could have rearranged stones into what appears as a pattern. And the mastodon carving. Without high-resolution scans, it remains speculative. Still, the pattern is hard to ignore. Even if the stones are natural, even if the carving is coincidence, the arrangement continues to pull on the imagination. Because humans have long shaped their environments. With purpose, with memory, and with meaning. The Great Lakes region was not a void before European arrival. It was a network of thriving cultures, oral traditions, and spiritual geographies. So perhaps the Lake Michigan stone circle is not an outlier. Perhaps it's a piece of a much larger, mostly lost story. One written not on parchment or papyrus, but in granite and silt. Archaeologists continue to hope for further study, improved imaging, and perhaps one day, excavation. But for now, the site remains largely undisturbed, resting beneath 40 feet of freshwater, shrouded in algae, swaddled in time, no signs, no plaques, just the rhythm of waves above and stone below, and the lingering shape of something that once had meaning. The lake, like the ocean, holds its secrets well, not by erasing them, but by submerging them, changing light to shadow, form to suggestion, leaving us to wonder, was this a gathering place, a warning, a mark of celestial worship, or simply a coincidence, one last natural trick played by the retreating ice? Until we know more, the Lake Michigan stone circle remains just that, a circle of stones and of questions. But not all questions must be answered. Some are meant to echo, like ripples across a bay, soft where endless, unbroken. Story 12. The submerged city of Shicheng. From the quiet stones beneath Lake Michigan, where mystery lingers in the shape of a circle, we travel now to the mountains of China, where an entire city once breathed the mountain air and now waits beneath still water. Shicheng, the Lion City, a name that once rang through the valleys of Zhejiang province, etched on imperial maps and whispered in the voices of traders and scholars. A city that stood for over 13 centuries, and then, in a single year, vanished. Not because of war, not because of time, but because it was drowned. At the bottom of Qiandao Lake lies one of the most perfectly preserved underwater cities on Earth. A place that should be lost, but isn't. A city with intact doorways, carved archways, ancient stone lions that still stand guard, homes that haven't crumbled, streets that haven't eroded, as if the lake decided not to erase the city, but to keep it, to hold it, whole. Before the water came, Shicheng stood between 5 mountains: Wuxi, Wulong, Zhongshan, Bijiashan, and Huangshan. They surrounded it like sentinels. The city thrived through dynasties, rising with the Eastern Han in the 2nd century and enduring through the Tang, the Song, the Ming, the Qing. It was a municipal capital, a hub of trade, known for its stone masonry and intricate architecture. Arched gates were etched with dragons and phoenixes. Bridges curled over calm rivers. Its walls were thick, but not just for defense. They were also for beauty, a kind of elegance, not just function. Even in its final days above water, Shicheng bore the craftsmanship of a civilization deeply connected to art, astronomy, and imperial power. But by 1959, that history was rewritten. That year, the Chinese government approved the construction of the Xinyan River Hydropower Station, a massive dam project intended to fuel the growing industrial demand of the region. As the valley filled with water, so too did the city. Some 300,000 residents were displaced from towns and villages throughout the valley. Shicheng was among the casualties. Its residents were relocated. Its buildings were abandoned. Its history, documented, yes, but then entombed. The lake that formed above it was given a beautiful name, Qiandao, or Lake of 1,000 Islands. Tourists would eventually come to marvel at its emerald waters and forested islets, but few remembered what lay beneath. For decades, Shicheng slept. It wasn't until the early 2000s that divers descended through the lake's still, clear waters and rediscovered the city's outline. What they saw was not rubble, not ruin, but preservation. An underwater world suspended in time. It wasn't just the foundations. It was rooftops, stairways, signs etched into stone, still legible. Entire city blocks, unbroken. Wooden beams had not rotted. Plaster facades still clung to their walls. Door frames remained straight. Decorative lintels still bore imperial symbols. There are images now, and footage, but none can fully capture the sensation described by those who have entered its depths. A sense of walking into memory. A city without people, without decay, without time. And here lies the question, why? Why is it so intact? Water typically consumes. Given enough years, it tears mortar from stone, collapses arches, collapses history. But here, in the calm of Qiandao Lake, something else has happened. Experts point to several factors. First, the flooding was clean, controlled. Unlike a tsunami or a hurricane, which shatters what it cannot carry, this was a deliberate, measured process. There was no violence in the water's rise, no crashing wave, only a steady ascent. Second, the oxygen levels in the lower parts of the lake are unusually low. That means slower oxidation, slower decay. Wood is less likely to rot, metal less likely to corrode. Bacteria and plant life find it harder to thrive. Third, the sediment is fine. It settles gently. It cushions. It preserves. And so, Shicheng remains. But even with these factors, there's still something strange, something beyond the chemistry. Divers report a silence, not just the muffled hush of being underwater, but a silence that feels deliberate, heavy, as if the city is not simply abandoned, but paused. There is no sea life darting through the doorways, no plants overtaking the windows. It does not feel reclaimed, it feels waiting. And perhaps most haunting of all, there are no obvious signs of panic. The people did not flee. They were relocated, yes. But the city itself was not stripped. It was not emptied. In some places, furniture remains, tools, objects of daily life, left as if their owners would soon return. But they didn't. The people moved on. The lake rose, and the city was sealed. There are many who believe that Shicheng should be left as it is, that disturbing it would break the spell. Others want to raise it, reclaim it, use modern technology to drain sections, to restore what was lost. But the question remains, restore it to what? Shicheng is no longer a city, it is a memory, and that memory is clearer than almost any other of its age. Here, one can swim through a Song Dynasty market street, drift beneath a Ming Dynasty arch, run your fingers along the stone railings that once looked down on a river that is now gone. Some visitors have reported hearing things, not voices, not noises, just impressions. A flicker of movement, a sense that someone had just turned a corner. The mind plays tricks underwater. Shadows move differently. Light refracts. Pressure changes how we feel, how we hear. But even seasoned divers have come back shaken. Not frightened, not disturbed, just affected. As if the city whispered something. There are carvings throughout Shicheng that have not been fully translated. Some are decorative, others symbolic. One in particular, a pair of stone lions facing each other across a gate, bears inscriptions that have eroded just enough to become ambiguous. Some believe it was a welcome, others a warning. No one knows for sure. Few have seen it in person, and perhaps that's the heart of the mystery. Not what Shicheng was, but what it is now. Is it a ruin, or is it a relic? Is it dead, or simply dreaming? The lake above it is quiet. Boats pass over without knowing. Tourists marvel at the green hills. Fishermen cast nets unaware that their shadows touch rooftops once gilded in red lacquer and song. There are no buoys, no markers, no signs to tell the story of what lies beneath. Only the water and the silence. In recent years, high-resolution scans have begun to map the city in full. 3D imaging, sonar sweeps, light-sensitive drones. The results are stunning. An entire city grid, main roads, back alleys, courtyards, a central tower. It appears to have functioned as both a government building and a temple. What rituals were performed there? What decisions made? And when the waters came, who locked the door? Some theories suggest there are sealed chambers, rooms that have not yet been breached. If so, they could hold scrolls, relics, coins, or nothing at all. Emptiness can be just as revealing. But still, there are those who question whether the preservation is as natural as it seems. Could there have been something about the construction itself, some technique lost to time? Did the architects of Shicheng know something about endurance? Stone selection, mortar composition, placement according to geomantic principles. Feng Shui was often considered in city planning. Perhaps the position of the city within the valley, its orientation to the 5 mountains, even the layout of its walls, were chosen not just for aesthetics, but for permanence. Was it built to survive? And if so, did it? There is an elegance to its preservation, not just in the stonework, but in the restraint. Nothing has been overgrown, nothing chaotic. It feels maintained, and yet no one is maintaining it. No caretakers, no sweeping hands, just water and stillness. Perhaps this is the final form of memory. Not stories passed down, not photographs, but the shape of a place held in the arms of time, protected not by walls, but by depth. The deeper one dives, the clearer it becomes. Shicheng is not forgotten. It is simply elsewhere. Its address is no longer on land. It is in the space between breath and silence, between history and waiting, between what we know and what we choose to leave undisturbed. The Lion City sleeps beneath a lake, and it is listening. Story 13. The mysterious circles of the Sea of Galilee. From the cold, preserved ruins of Shicheng, where entire avenues sleep beneath an artificial lake, we now rise from the depths of one sunken city, only to descend into another. But this one isn't hidden by modern engineering or remembered in local legend. It lies quietly at the bottom of a freshwater lake, unmarked by temples, untouched by flood myths, and unnoticed by civilization for thousands of years. It is older than Shicheng, older, some suggest, than the pyramids, and perhaps strangest of all, no one knew it was there, until a sonar scan revealed a perfect circle in the silt. Welcome to the Sea of Galilee, and the stone monument that shouldn't exist. The Sea of Galilee is not a sea at all. It is a freshwater lake in northeastern Israel, known also as Lake Kinneret. It is a place of quiet contradictions, at once central to the sacred texts of the Abrahamic faiths, and yet surrounded by landscapes more ancient than any scripture. To modern eyes, it is a peaceful body of water, shallow, calm, encircled by gentle hills and distant archaeological sites that speak to thousands of years of habitation. It is here that stories unfold of fishermen, of miracles, of prophets walking upon water. But none of those stories ever spoke of what lay below, because what lay below had no story. No one knew it was there. Not the ancient peoples who walked the shores, not the crusaders who passed nearby, not the locals who cast their nets for generations. For all of human memory, the lake was simply a lake, until 2003. That year, a team of researchers from Israel's Ben Gurion University was conducting routine sonar mapping of the lakebed. Their goal was unremarkable: to better understand sediment deposits and underwater geography. But as the data came in, something strange emerged: a shape, not jagged or irregular like a rock formation, but circular, deliberate, in fact, nearly perfectly round. The sonar image revealed a massive structure, over 230 feet in diameter. That's wider than the length of a Boeing 747. And it wasn't just a flat ring in the mud. It had height. The structure rose over 30 feet above the lakebed. It was made of basalt stones, dark, dense volcanic rock. Each stone had been carefully placed, dry stacked without mortar. And they weren't small. Some weighed over 100 kilograms. This was not natural. This was not an accident. This was built. The underwater structure has since been called a cairn, a mound, even a tumulus. But none of these terms quite fit, because there is nothing else exactly like it. In shape, it resembles a burial mound. In construction, it echoes the megalithic monuments of ancient Europe. But in location, beneath a freshwater lake with no known ruins nearby, it is entirely anomalous. The site sits roughly 30 feet underwater, where visibility is low and currents shift the silt continually. Divers who visited the structure described a sensation that is hard to capture in words. A feeling not of ruin, but of displacement, as if the stones do not belong where they are, as if they were moved here, placed here, and then forgotten. The question, of course, is why? Why build a structure this massive only to have it submerged? And more puzzling still, when? There is no definitive dating of the monument because no organic material has been found within it. Radiocarbon analysis remains impossible without artifacts, but archaeologists have speculated. The basalt stones come from nearby volcanic fields, but moving them would have required tremendous effort, likely involving boats or wooden sleds. And here, time becomes slippery. The level of the Sea of Galilee has fluctuated over millennia. During the early Bronze Age, around 5,000 years ago, parts of the lake bed were dry land, and that changes everything. If the structure was built during this period, it wouldn't have been underwater at all. It would have stood on dry land, visible from afar, a monument in the open. This would place its construction around 3000 BCE. For context, that's before the pyramids, before Stonehenge, before writing. If this timeline is accurate, then what rests beneath the Sea of Galilee is one of the oldest known megalithic constructions in the world. But the mystery doesn't end there, because nothing like it exists nearby. In the region surrounding the lake, numerous settlements have been excavated, dating back to the Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods, but none of them shows signs of monumental architecture. This begs a strange question. Who would have built such a structure in such an isolated spot? And for what purpose? Some have suggested it may have been a burial site, a tumulus built to honor a significant individual or community figure. This idea draws from similar-looking mounds in Europe and Central Asia, but excavations have not revealed any human remains. Others believe it may have served as a ceremonial site, perhaps related to astronomy, the seasons, or the cycles of water. If the structure had once been above water, its perfect circle could have been visible from great distances. It may have marked a territory or a place of gathering. Yet this too is speculation. More controversial ideas have emerged from the fringes of academia. Some point to the construction techniques and suggest a lost culture, one capable of transporting and placing massive stones with precision. Still others have leaned into the mythological. Ancient Hebrew texts describe the Rephaim, a race of giants said to have once lived in Bashan, a region adjacent to the Sea of Galilee. These figures appear in biblical narratives as both real and supernatural, often tied to the megalithic tombs found in the Golan Heights. Could this structure be related to those stories? Is it a remnant of a forgotten culture, half remembered in legend? There is also a curious silence surrounding the site. Unlike other archaeological discoveries that quickly become the focus of intense excavation and public interest, the Galilee monument has received little attention. No major dig, no protected status, no museum exhibit, just silence. Even today, many locals are unaware that such a thing lies beneath the lake, And perhaps that too is part of the mystery. Because what do you do with a structure that predates recorded history, resembles no known building style in the region, and lies submerged beneath a sacred body of water? Some would say you leave it alone, that certain things should remain undisturbed. But others are not so sure. In 2015, a renewed interest in the structure led to a proposal for further study using sub-bottom sonar and ground-penetrating radar. The idea was to build a clearer picture of what lies beneath the stones. Were there chambers? Artifacts? Was this just a mound or the tip of something more complex? But funding has stalled, and time, as always, erodes. The silt continues to build, the stones shift, and the mystery deepens. There is something quietly haunting about the structure in the Sea of Galilee. Unlike other underwater ruins, it offers no grandeur, no columns, no steps, no ornament. Just a massive, perfect circle made of stone, resting where no one expected it. It feels less like a ruin and more like a question that has waited and continues to wait. Somewhere in the shallows of northern Israel, not far from where pilgrims walk and tourists gather, there lies a monument that may be older than the names of the towns that surround it, older than memory, older than the lake itself. It sits alone, without a story, and perhaps that's why it haunts us, because stories are how we make sense of the past. And here, there is only silence, just the sound of water and the weight of stone. The monument in the Sea of Galilee remains unexplained, and beneath the surface, it is still listening. Story 14. The Nan Madal Canal ruins. From the silence beneath the Sea of Galilee, where a forgotten circle of stone still listens from the depths, we now drift eastward across the Pacific. Beyond the reefs of Micronesia, past the scattered atolls and lagoons that glitter like beads on the ocean's skin, there lies another mystery, one that rises and falls with the tides, half submerged, half revealed, and wholly unexplained. It is not a ruin hidden beneath miles of ocean. It is not a shipwreck or an uncharted trench. It is a city built on coral and black stone, threaded with canals, and whispered about in the myths of a vanished people. Locals call it Nan Madal, the Venice of the Pacific. But its beauty is not what draws us in. It is the question it asks. How and why was this built? And what sleeps beneath its waters? Let's begin. Nan Madal sits just off the eastern shore of Pohnpei, one of the larger islands in the federated states of Micronesia. To the casual traveler, Pohnpei is paradise. Green, volcanic highlands rising from turquoise shallows, fringed with mangroves and mist. It rains often here, and when it does, the island feels ancient, as though the trees remember things the clouds have only just forgotten. But off the coast, hemmed in by reef and surf, lies something stranger. From the air, Nan Madal appears as a scattering of dark rectangles, a patchwork of ruins floating on the tide. But these shapes are not natural. They are the remnants of nearly 100 artificial islets, built on coral platforms and stitched together by a network of tidal canals. Each islet once held a structure: temples, tombs, residences, shrines, all made from massive basalt columns, some weighing more than 50 tons. How these stones were quarried, transported, and precisely stacked remains an open question. The name Nan Madal means spaces between, a fitting name for a city not built on land, but in the gaps between water and stone. The ruins stretch across an area roughly 1.5 kilometers long and 0.5 kilometers wide, a labyrinth of raised walkways, walled enclosures, and ceremonial chambers. There are no signs of wheels, no beasts of burden, no metal tools, and yet the precision of the stonework rivals anything built by empires far more famous. The people who built it are long gone, and the stories that survive, passed down through oral tradition, speak of ghosts. But before we drift into speculation, let's begin with what we do know. Archaeologists believe Nan Madal was the ceremonial and political seat of the Soudalur dynasty, a ruling lineage that dominated Pohnpei from around 1100 to 1600 CE. The site itself, however, may have older roots. Carbon dating suggests parts of the construction began as early as 900 CE, possibly earlier. The Soudalur rulers were seen as outsiders, invaders who arrived by sea and imposed a rigid hierarchical order on the island's population. According to legend, the first Soudalur came from the west, two brothers named Olosopa and Olosipa, who brought with them the secrets of stone. They were tall, pale, and powerful, not like the islanders, and they possessed the knowledge to move mountains. They began building Nan Madal as a spiritual capital, a place to house priests and nobles. They constructed tombs, altars, and temples dedicated to their deities. At its height, Nan Madal may have supported a population of several hundred elite inhabitants, with labor supplied from the main island. But it was more than a city. It was a system. The canals allowed for controlled movement, both of goods and people. Canoes could navigate the city like streets. Sea walls protected the interior from storms, and the entire complex, rising and falling with the tide, seemed to breathe with the ocean. And yet, for all its brilliance, the dynasty did not last. Over time, resentment grew. The Soudalur were seen as tyrants. Their rule became cruel, and eventually they were overthrown by a warrior from Khosrai, another island to the east. His name was Geological, and in many legends, he is depicted not as a man, but a demigod. He came in a storm. He defeated the Soudalur, and he let Nan Madal fall. After the dynasty's collapse, the city was gradually abandoned. The coral walls eroded. The basalt tombs were swallowed by vines, and what once echoed with chanting and paddle song grew silent. But here is where the mystery deepens, because while the ruins above water are impressive, it is what lies below that has captured imaginations for centuries. Divers exploring the site report, seeing more structures beneath the waves, walls that continue underwater, corners that descend into sand, staircases that vanish into the deep. Some suggest Nan Madal was once far larger, extending well beyond what remains visible. Others whisper that the visible ruins are just the upper layer, and that a second city lies buried beneath. A city that predates even the Soudalur, a city of giants. Let's talk about the stones. The primary building material used at Nan Madal is prismatic basalt, long, hexagonal columns formed by volcanic processes. These columns were stacked horizontally, like logs, to form walls as high as 10 meters. Some weigh more than 20 tons, some closer to 50. The closest known source of these basalt columns is several kilometers away, on the opposite side of the island. To move them without wheeled transport across dense jungle and swamp, and then across open water, would have been an astonishing feat. No written records explain how it was done. One oral tradition claims the stones were flown through the air. Another says they were floated on bamboo rafts, though tests suggest bamboo would collapse under the weight. Could there have been a forgotten method, an ancient technique now lost, or are we seeing something else entirely? A construction process not local in origin. Some researchers have drawn comparisons to the megalithic cultures of Polynesia and Southeast Asia. Others have gone further, connecting Nan Madal to global myths of sunken cities and lost continents. Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, all names given to worlds beneath the sea. And while no evidence connects these legends directly to Nan Madal, the resemblance, the idea of a sacred city swallowed by time and tide, is hard to ignore. Even mainstream scholars acknowledge the mystery. How was the basalt quarried? How was it transported? And why, in a region known for wood, shell, and coral, was such heavy stone used at all? Nan Madal is unlike any other site in Micronesia. It stands apart, and the deeper you look, the stranger it becomes. Consider this. In 1995, a team of researchers conducting sonar scans around the site discovered irregular shapes beneath the seabed. Not coral, not natural formations, but geometric patterns buried under centuries of sediment. Efforts to excavate these anomalies have been limited due to funding, preservation concerns, and local resistance. But what if the real Nan Madal hasn't been uncovered yet? What if what we see is only the roof? Let's return to the myth of the twin brothers, Olosopa and Olosihpa. According to legend, the brothers came from a distant land to the west. They brought with them sacred stones, magic, and the mandate of the gods. When one brother died, the other established the Sodelur line. But their origins and their powers remain unexplained. Some stories say they commanded dragons, others that they spoke to the stars. Could this be allegory? Or does it preserve a memory of real events seen through the lens of centuries? Here's where it gets strange. Some early European explorers visiting Pohnpei in the 1800s were told that Nan Madal was forbidden. Locals avoided the ruins. Fishermen would not cast nets near its walls. Nightfall would empty the coastline. Why? Because the city, they said, was still alive. Not in the literal sense, but in the sense of presence, a spiritual charge, a warning. Some claimed to see lights within the ruins after dark. Others reported hearing chanting, soft, echoing voices where no one walked. Even today, many Pohnpeians hold Nan Madal as sacred, not just as heritage, but as a place of power, a place not to be disturbed. And perhaps they are right. In 1939, a Japanese research expedition attempted to excavate beneath one of the tomb islets. The team reported equipment failures, unusual tides, and strange dreams. Shortly after the expedition began, one of the lead researchers fell ill and died suddenly, without clear cause. The excavation was halted, the records incomplete, and the question left open. Is there something buried beneath Nan Madal? Not just more stone, but a memory, a story older than the Sodelur, something we are not meant to uncover. There is one more theory worth exploring, a speculative idea, but a persistent one, that Nan Madal is not just a ruin, it is a map. Some researchers believe the layout of Nan Madal mimics star patterns, a kind of terrestrial mirror to the heavens. Certain structures align with solstices, others with lunar events. Could the entire city have been built as a cosmological observatory? not to look up, but to guide. And if that's true, then what were they guiding or waiting for? The city's orientation, its channels, its symmetry, all hint at a purpose we haven't fully grasped. Not random, not accidental, intentional, as though the builders were trying to say something, to mark something or summon something. But to whom? And why here? Pohnpei is a remote island in a vast ocean, and yet here stands one of the most complex megalithic sites in the Pacific, unexplained and underexplored. Nan Madal remains one of archaeology's most haunting enigmas. Its stones do not speak, its canals do not answer. But the questions linger. Why build a stone city on coral reef? Why here, in a place with no quarry, no transport, and no precedent? Why use materials heavier than needed, more precise than expected? And what lies beneath the waterline that we have not yet seen? A second city? A forgotten people? Or just the ghosts of stone? The tides rise, the mangroves close, and Nan Madal waits, just as it always has, in silence, in shadow, and in mystery. Story 15. The underwater walls of Rock Lake. From the ruins of Nan Madal, where massive stones rise from the reef in solemn symmetrical defiance of logic, we drift now across the world to a quieter body of water. One not hemmed by coral or lashed by ocean tides, but instead tucked deep within the American Midwest. Here, in the heart of Wisconsin, surrounded by farms and forests, lies a lake that has kept its secrets for centuries. Rock Lake. It doesn't look like much at first glance. A modest stretch of water, only about a mile wide and 2 miles long. Quiet, serene, unassuming. Its surface rarely disturbed by more than the gentle stroke of a paddle or the occasional summer swimmer. But beneath this still veneer, something stirs, something angular, artificial, ancient. Local legends whisper of stone pyramids resting at the lake's bottom, structures too geometric to be natural, too precise to be dismissed. Divers have reported rectangular blocks, sloped faces, walls that rise at right angles from the silt, and, most curiously, patterns, as if someone, or something, once carved out order in a place where nature tends to favor the irregular. For centuries, the waters of Rock Lake have kept this mystery hidden, but not entirely. Long before European settlers arrived, this region was home to the Mississippian mound-building cultures, indigenous societies known for their sprawling earthworks, elevated temples, and complex cosmologies. Among them stood Aztlan, a large settlement just 2 miles from Rock Lake's western shore. Today, it's preserved as a state park, but in its prime, it was a thriving ceremonial center, complete with stockades, pyramidal mounds, and wooden palisades. And it's here that the mystery of Rock Lake deepens, because while Aztlan's mounds rise visibly from the earth, some believe its true foundation lies underwater. That when the Mississippians chose this place, they didn't just build beside the lake, they built into it. Stories passed down through generations of locals speak of men fishing in the early 1800s who noticed strange stone shapes below their boats. In 1836, a Welsh settler named Thomas Jefferson Varden wrote of seeing something unusual beneath the lake's surface, rows of stones that didn't belong. As decades passed, more accounts trickled in. Fishermen who spotted symmetrical shadows, children who swam over sharp, square edges in shallow spots, and later, divers who claimed to have touched the stones themselves. The most persistent tale centers around two submerged pyramid-like structures known today as the Rock Lake Pyramids, nicknamed the Twin Monuments by some researchers. Descriptions vary, but many say the larger of the two, often referred to as Site A, features a rectangular base with sloping sides and a flat top, eerily similar in shape to the truncated pyramids found at Aztlan. But what are they? To this day, no official excavation has been carried out. The Wisconsin Historical Society has issued only cautious statements acknowledging the legends but offering no definitive answers. Visibility in the lake is poor, with thick algae blooms and stirred-up sediment clouding the water most of the year. Sonar scans have picked up anomalies, but none so clear as to offer confirmation. And yet, the intrigue remains. In the 1930s, a man named Delbert Smith, an early scuba pioneer, became fascinated by the stories. Using homemade diving gear, he plunged into the murky waters and emerged convinced. He claimed to have seen stone walls aligned in cardinal directions. Even sketches were drawn, simple blueprints of underwater rectangles and step-like terraces. Other divers followed over the years, some dismissive, others adamant that the formations were real. In the 1980s and 90s, interest surged again. Local researchers conducted sonar scans, capturing curious patterns of elevation changes and geometric shapes. One image, in particular, caused a stir. A rectangular mound-like rise on the lakebed, measuring roughly 18 feet wide and over 100 feet long. It appeared unnaturally symmetrical. Some argued it was simply a glacial deposit. Others weren't so sure. Because the mystery isn't just about shape, it's about alignment. Several formations, according to sonar interpreters, appear to point directly toward Aztlan, as if the underwater structures and the above-ground mounds are part of a single ceremonial grid, separated only by water. But why build beneath a lake? That question has sparked countless theories. Some believe the structures predate the lake itself, that they were built during a time when water levels were far lower, or when the lake may not have existed at all. In this scenario, the monuments of Rock Lake could be the remnants of a long-lost phase of Mississippian culture, one erased not by time, but by rising water. Others suggest the lake was intentionally flooded, that when Aztlan was abandoned, possibly due to conflict, drought, or disease, the people closed off their ceremonial center with water. A ritual drowning, a spiritual sealing of sacred ground. A third possibility echoes across fringe circles, that Rock Lake preserves something older than Aztlan, that these stone structures belong to a pre-Mississippian civilization, unknown to history, erased from record, remembered only in stone. Supporters of this view point to the precision of the structures, the right angles, the flat surfaces, and argue that they exceed what we know of local indigenous engineering at the time. They draw comparisons to other North American anomalies, the ancient copper mines of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the out-of-place artifacts found along the Mississippi, and tales of giants told in hushed tones through generations. But mainstream archaeology urges caution. The Mississippians were brilliant engineers. They built massive earthworks aligned with solstices across thousands of miles. Their absence of stone in construction wasn't due to lack of knowledge, but lack of local materials. If stones were available, as they are in Rock Lake, could they not have tried? Perhaps these underwater shapes are natural formations, enhanced by human hands. Or perhaps they are fully artificial, built by a people whose descendants never got the chance to explain them, because Aztlan vanished. Sometime around 1200 AD, the settlement was abandoned. Why remains unclear. Climate change, warfare, religious shifts, disease, all are possibilities. What's certain is that by the time European settlers arrived, the mounds remained, but the culture that built them had gone. And so we are left with a lake, still, silent, but not empty. Swimmers still report glimpses of shadowy shapes below. Kayakers notice lines of rocks in the water's clarity during early spring thaws. And every few years, a diver will descend, hoping to bring back something concrete. A stone, a photograph, a measurement. But the lake keeps its silence. Its sediment stirs, and the pyramid waits. Real or imagined, natural or built, the formations beneath Rock Lake ask a quiet, profound question. What do we lose when a culture vanishes? Not just knowledge or memory, but placement, context, the ability to say with certainty, this was ours. We made this. We meant it to last. But in the murk of Rock Lake, intention fades. All that remains is shape and mystery, the kind that pulls us back, year after year, to stare down through the greenish dark, wondering what waits at the bottom and what story it's still trying to tell. Story 16. The Baiae submerged villas. From the stone shapes of Rock Lake, locked beneath layers of green silt and glacial memory, we now cross an ocean and slip into warmer waters, to a place where the past is not just buried, but drowned, where the remnants of grandeur lie just beneath the surface, close enough to touch, but silent, waiting. It is not a myth, nor a tale lost to time. It is a Roman city, and it still exists, just not where it used to. Welcome to Baiae. Baiae was once a playground of emperors, a coastal jewel nestled along the Bay of Naples, where steam rose from thermal springs and marble villas shimmered in the Mediterranean sun. It was where the elite came to forget the burdens of rule and indulge every whim. Seneca called it a place of vice. Augustus built palaces there. And Nero? He claimed the coastline as a stage for his most decadent theatrics. But Baiae did not fade gently into history. It slipped beneath the sea. Today, what remains of this once glittering resort lies off the modern coast of Bacoli, submerged in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Divers glide through bathhouses and peristyles. Mosaics, intact and intricate, still line the seafloor. Columns rise from the sand like the bones of a drowned empire. Baiae was not destroyed by war, nor swallowed by sudden calamity. It sank slowly, and no one stopped it. To understand Baiae's fall, we must first understand its rise. The coastline of the Bay of Naples has always been a geological puzzle. Tectonic activity, volcanic upheaval, and a rare phenomenon known as bradyseism, the gradual rising and falling of the Earth's surface due to volcanic pressure, shaped everything. Baiae emerged in the 2nd century BCE, just as Rome was transitioning from republic to empire. The land was fertile. The air smelled of salt and sulfur. Natural hot springs bubbled up from beneath the earth, rich in minerals and cloaked in steam. Romans believed this region was touched by the divine. The nearby Lake Avernus was thought to be an entrance to the underworld. The thermal waters were said to possess healing powers. It made sense then that those who ruled would come to bathe in both luxury and legend. And so they built, villa after villa, bathhouse after bathhouse, temples to Venus, Diana, and Mercury. Entire palatial complexes carved into hillsides with panoramic views of the sea. The architecture was ambitious, even by Roman standards. Vaulted ceilings, courtyards framed by colonnades, floors of black and white mosaic depicting scenes of gods, beasts, and battles. The villas at Baiae were not mere homes. They were statements of power, of taste, of unassailable wealth. Julius Caesar visited. Nero constructed a floating banquet hall on barges tethered in the bay. Pliny the Elder wrote of the decadence. But prosperity has a weight to it, and Baiae was heavy with it. By the 4th century AD, the city began to change. Rome's power fractured. Its emperors came less often. The villas stood, but many were unoccupied. And then the land began to move. Bradyseism is invisible, but relentless. Caused by the movement of magma beneath the Phlegraean fields, a massive, still active volcanic area west of Naples, the ground around Baiae began to sink. Not all at once, centimetre by centimetre, year by year. Some structures warped, others cracked, and slowly water came in. The sea did not roar, it crept. By the medieval period, much of the original city was gone, not destroyed, but relocated beneath the waves. The coastline had changed, the land had dipped, and Baiae had vanished into the shallow turquoise waters of the bay. For centuries, the ruins were spoken of, but not seen. It wasn't until the 1940s, when aerial photographs revealed strange patterns beneath the water, that archaeologists began to take serious interest. The shapes were too regular to be natural. Straight lines, right angles, courtyards, pavements, an entire Roman city, underwater. Water, shimmering in currents, quietly eroding, endlessly enduring. A city of emperors, a place of heat and stone and sin. And now, a monument to the idea that nothing, not even empire, lasts forever. The sea took Baiae, but it did not destroy it. It keeps it. And in doing so, it invites us to look down through the blue veil of time and ask the oldest question of all. What else have we lost to the waves? And what waits, still undiscovered, just beyond the edge of the map? Today, the site is known as the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baiae. It is one of the most unique diving locations in the world. Unlike shipwrecks, which scatter and splinter over time, Baiae's structures remained largely in place. The mosaic floors of domus rooms lie just feet beneath the surface. Marble statues, many retrieved and restored, once stood along paths now paved with algae and light. But some statues were left, and they watch you. Swimming through Baiae is like moving through a dream half remembered. The past is clear, but unreachable. Every column tells a story. Every arch hints at voices long gone. The sea has not erased the city's grandeur. It has preserved it. Divers pass through the Nymphaeum of Emperor Claudius, a lavish, domed sanctuary built to honor nymphs and water deities. Now submerged, the structure houses replicas of statues once found inside. Ulysses, Mercury, and an emperor who no longer rules, but still lingers. Elsewhere, remnants of lead piping suggest how advanced Baiae was in its engineering. Heated floors, flowing fountains, even underground chambers designed for rest and retreat remain beneath the sediment. But not all of Baiae has been recovered. Large sections of the city are still hidden. Some lie under layers of volcanic ash and debris. Others are buried in silt, untouched for nearly 2,000 years. Sonar surveys continue to map new features. In recent years, a vast paved road, perfectly preserved, was discovered extending from the main villa district into deeper water. Flanked by what appear to be shops or service buildings, it raises the question, how far did Baiae stretch? And more pressingly, what lies further out? Could there be temples, still whole, resting beyond the mapped area? Could there be libraries, forums, or tombs lost to the sediment's embrace? Some researchers believe there is much more to find. They point to historical records that mention elaborate marble theatres, additional palaces, and a sanctuary dedicated to an unknown deity, all of which have yet to be located. But exploring Baiae is difficult. The waters are shallow, but the site is delicate. Bubbles from scuba tanks can disturb fragile materials. Shifting currents expose and conceal artifacts in equal measure. The Bradycism continues to this day. The land still moves. And so, discovery proceeds slowly. Each year, a little more is revealed. A wall, a statue base, a carved inscription worn by water and time. But with each discovery comes new questions. Why was Baiae abandoned so fully? Why did no one build atop its ruins when the waters receded, as has happened elsewhere along the Mediterranean? Was the sinking seen as a curse? A punishment for centuries of decadence? Some medieval accounts speak of Baiae with fear, a cautionary tale of excess, a place where emperors reveled and the gods grew silent. And yet, the silence of Baiae is not total. Even now, fishermen report strange occurrences, lights flickering just beneath the water, unexplained temperature changes in patches of sea above the ruins, voices heard when no boats are nearby. One diver claimed to have heard music while descending, faint, like flutes carried on the current. He surfaced. No boats, no noise above. He went back down. The music was gone. But so was his sense of time. He had been underwater for 20 minutes longer than his dive computer recorded. His air levels matched the shorter time. The discrepancy remains unexplained. Of course, these are anecdotal, but they linger. Some blame volcanic gas leaks. Others whisper of time anomalies or residual energy. A few go further. They believe that Baiae did not sink by accident, that something below wanted to be forgotten. They point to the city's obsession with the underworld, to the shrines and sacrifices made in caves just inland, to the tales of Emperor Tiberius's descent into caverns said to house prophetic voices, to the idea that Baiae was never just a city, but a threshold between land and sea, between power and ruin, between memory and myth. In the end, Baiae remains, not in textbooks or museums, but beneath the water, shimmering in currents, quietly eroding, endlessly enduring. A city of emperors, a place of heat and stone and sin, and now a monument to the idea that nothing, not even empire, lasts forever. The sea took Baiae, but it did not destroy it. It keeps it, and in doing so, it invites us to look down through the blue veil of time and ask the oldest question of all: what else have we lost to the waves? And what waits, still undiscovered, just beyond the edge of the map? Story 17. The Lake Van Ruins. From the crumbling villas of Baiae, where emperors once bathed in marble chambers and whispered secrets into the steam, to the ghostly grid of streets now preserved beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea, we saw how history can sink and still speak. But not all ruins lie beneath the sea because of volcanic fury or tectonic collapse. Some vanish beneath far quieter waters, those that rise slowly, steadily, without witness or warning. Now we leave the warm Mediterranean and journey inland to the high plateaus of eastern Turkey, where a different kind of lake holds its silence. Here, surrounded by barren mountains and pale skies, lies Lake Van, the largest body of water in Turkey. For centuries, it was seen as just that, a lake, still, opaque, contained. But in 2017, divers found something that would rewrite that idea. Beneath the surface, nearly 100 feet down, lay walls. Not natural rock formations, not accidental alignments, but unmistakable masonry. And not just one wall, an entire fortress, submerged, intact, silent. It raises the question, who built it? And why did they build something so vast in a place now swallowed by water? This is the mystery of the Lake Van ruins, a sunken stronghold whose origin may predate recorded history, a place forgotten by time, but not by stone. Let's descend into the shadowed waters of Lake Van and uncover the secrets buried beneath its still surface. Lake Van is not like most lakes. Set more than 5,000 feet above sea level, it sprawls across eastern Anatolia like a sleeping inland sea, over 75 miles wide and more than 280 miles in circumference. The air here is thin and dry, the surrounding peaks often dusted in snow, even as the valleys below warm under the Anatolian sun. Villages dot the shores, some ancient, some modern. And in the distance, always, the horizon breaks against the smoking silhouette of Mount Nemrut, a dormant volcano that once reshaped this entire region. The lake itself is volcanic in origin. Thousands of years ago, a massive eruption from Mount Nemrut dammed the flow of ancient rivers, trapping water in the high basin and creating what would become one of the largest endorheic, or closed, lakes in the world. But this isn't freshwater. Lake Van is alkaline, nearly as salty as the ocean in some parts, and unusually rich in sodium carbonate and other minerals. Its chemistry is so unique that few species can survive in its depths. No fish from neighboring rivers ever colonized it. Only a rare species of freshwater herring and certain resilient forms of microbial life thrive here. And that makes what lies beneath its waters even more curious. The ruins were first brought to wider attention in 2017, when a team of Turkish divers and archaeologists, led by researcher Tahsin Ceylan, set out to map the underwater landscape of Lake Van for documentary purposes. At first, they were documenting microbial reefs, known locally as microbialites, odd structures formed by ancient bacteria that thrive in the lake's chemical-rich water. These formations can resemble underwater chimneys or strange coral towers, and are thought to be among the oldest living communities on Earth, similar to the early life forms that dominated the planet billions of years ago. But what the divers found next wasn't biological, and it wasn't living. It was built. Near the lake's southern shore, close to the modern-day district of Adilchavaz, the divers descended into the blue haze. Visibility was low. The water, though clean, was thick with mineral particles that diffused the sunlight above. But at about 50 to 100 feet down, their lamps lit up something unexpected. A series of stone blocks, aligned, squared, and stacked. Walls that rose from the lakebed in straight lines. Some extended for meters before vanishing into deeper sediment. Others framed what looked like doorways or tower foundations. The construction wasn't random. It was intentional. an entire section of submerged shoreline, covered in masonry. Some of the walls stood more than 10 feet high. Others had collapsed into rubble, but the footprint was unmistakable. This was not a natural formation. This was a fortress. And based on its layout and scale, it may have once guarded the shores of a vanished settlement. The question, of course, is who built it? To answer that, we must turn to history. And Lake Van's past is far older and stranger than most would imagine. This part of eastern Anatolia is one of the oldest continuously inhabited regions in the world. Long before the rise of the Roman Empire, before the Greeks, before even the Hittites, there was another power here, a civilization known as Urartu. The Kingdom of Urartu, also called the Kingdom of Van, flourished from roughly the 9th to 6th centuries BCE. Centered around Lake Van, it was a militarized and sophisticated society, with impressive stonework, advanced irrigation systems, and monumental architecture. They spoke a language distantly related to Hurrian, used cuneiform inscriptions, and worshipped a complex pantheon of deities, many tied to mountains, storms, and sky. Their capital was Tushpa, located near the lake's eastern shore, where the modern city of Van now stands. At its height, Urartu controlled vast territories spanning modern-day Turkey, Armenia, and Iran. Their fortresses were legendary. Built high on mountain ridges and lake cliffs, these citadels were designed to endure siege and weather alike. Walls of cyclopean stonework, terraced foundations, and underground cisterns were hallmarks of Urartian design. And the ruins beneath Lake Van bear a striking resemblance. Many scholars believe the sunken walls may date to this period, nearly 3,000 years ago. If true, they could represent the remnants of an outpost or lakeside garrison, constructed during the kingdom's expansion. But if the ruins were always at the bottom of the lake, how could they have served any strategic purpose? That's where things get complicated, because Lake Van's water level hasn't always been where it is today. Geological studies of the region suggest that the lake has gone through significant fluctuations in depth and surface area over millennia. Some studies indicate that Lake Van was once much lower than it is now, possibly by as much as 150 feet, especially during colder, drier periods in the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. That would place large swaths of the current lakebed above water during key moments of Urartian development. If the fortress was built during one of these low-stand periods, it may have stood along a dry shoreline, perhaps guarding a trade route, a harbour, or a nearby settlement. Then, over time, the lake rose, perhaps from glacial melt, or gradual volcanic shifts, or something more sudden, a tectonic surge or collapsed outlet stream that flooded the basin. Whatever the cause, the lake consumed the land, and the fortress with it. It's not the only example of lost structures in the lake. Further along the shoreline, archaeologists have discovered the submerged remains of a church, believed to be from the medieval period, suggesting that the lake has repeatedly shifted its boundaries, swallowing what was once built with permanence in mind. But the Urartian ruins, if verified, would be by far the oldest known structure beneath the lake. And yet, no inscriptions have been found, no carvings, no artifacts, only stone, shaped, placed, and then forgotten, which leads to a deeper question. What if the ruins are older still? Some researchers have floated an even bolder possibility, that the submerged walls may predate Urartu entirely, that they could be remnants of a much earlier culture, one for which we have little record, but whose presence lingers in Anatolia's oldest myths. The region around Lake Van is littered with enigmatic relics, megalithic tombs, stone idols, and burial mounds whose builders are lost to time. Could the ruins beneath the lake be the last standing trace of one of these forgotten peoples? There are legends, after all. Local folklore speaks of vanished cities beneath the water, ancient towns lost not to conquest, but to rising lakes and divine retribution. One such tale tells of a great city whose inhabitants angered the gods, prompting the mountains to flood the valley and drown their dwellings. Some versions describe a bell that still tolls beneath the surface during certain nights of the year. Others mention strange lights beneath the water, flickers that dance just out of reach before fading back into darkness. Of course, legends are not evidence, but they do suggest memory, a memory of something that once was and then wasn't. The ruins themselves are still under study. Excavation is difficult in Lake Van's cold, alkaline depths. The structures are deep enough to limit casual dives, and the unique chemistry of the water, while good for stone preservation, is harsh on equipment and visibility. Even remote-operated vehicles struggle to capture clear footage in the silt-rich environment. Still, researchers have begun to create 3D scans of the structures, mapping their dimensions and layout. So far, the signs point to a planned construction, a rectangular complex, perhaps fortified, perhaps ceremonial. But the absence of tools, bones, pottery, or writing leaves room for uncertainty. Could it be a temple, a tomb, a dwelling, or something else entirely? Some fringe theorists have pointed to the scale and depth of the ruins as evidence of a pre-flood civilization, a lost culture from before the last ice age, whose works now lie submerged not just in Lake Van, but in lakes and seas around the globe. It's a theory echoed in similar claims about other underwater sites, the Bimini Road, the Gulf of Khambhat, and even Yonaguni in Japan. Could humanity's early chapters have included stone architecture, long before we thought possible? Mainstream archaeology remains cautious. Without inscriptions or datable artifacts, the ruins in Lake Van remain a mystery. Eurasian, perhaps, or something else. But even in their ambiguity, they tell a story of how water reclaims, how stone can sleep for millennia, unnoticed beneath a rippling mirror, how entire chapters of human history may lie just a few meters below the surface, and yet remain unread. What makes the Lake Van ruins so haunting isn't just their presence, but their silence. They offer no clear message, no carved names, no declarations of kings or gods or wars, only the shape of intent, of geometry made by human hands, and then forgotten. And that raises the final question: what else might lie beneath the world's high lakes? If a fortress could vanish beneath one of Turkey's most visible bodies of water and remain hidden until the 21st century, what secrets might rest beneath other mountain lakes, other inland seas? Are we walking past lost cities every day, their rooftops just below the waves? Are we forgetting entire civilizations because they lie not in deserts or jungles, but in the places we least expect? Lake Van holds its secrets well, but in that stillness, that cold, silent watch beneath the Anatolian sky, it reminds us that history is not only written in books and museums. Sometimes it waits in water, heavy, hidden, and enduring, waiting for the right diver, the right question, the right moment to rise again. Story 18. the Baltic Sea anomaly. Our story today begins in the summer of 2011, in the cold, grey waters of the Baltic Sea, a place where forgotten wrecks lie buried beneath centuries of silt, and the sea keeps its secrets well. A team of Swedish divers, part of a private exploration group known as Ocean X, was scanning the seafloor between Sweden and Finland. It was a standard sweep, another long day of sonar readings in search of lost cargo or wreckage from the wars that once scarred these waters. There were no old legends guiding them, no maps marked with warnings, just the routine rhythm of exploration, until something unexpected appeared on the screen. What emerged was not a shipwreck, not a rock formation, not anything that fit comfortably into the known catalogue of seafloor features. It was circular, shockingly so, symmetrical, with harsh right angles and flat planes that seemed to defy the chaos of nature. A shape that looked designed. Almost immediately, the headlines began. Some called it an ancient alien spaceship. Others insisted it was a lost Nazi wonder weapon from the Second World War. But the truth, if there is one, remains far more elusive. This is the story of the Baltic Sea anomaly, a cold, silent riddle lying 300 feet beneath the surface of a northern sea. A structure that, to this day, has resisted every effort to explain it. And like so many of the ocean's strangest secrets, the more we learn, the stranger it becomes. It began with a sonar scan. The Ocean X team, a private group of Swedish treasure hunters led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, had been scouring the Baltic Sea for shipwrecks and lost cargo. Their previous work had unearthed bottles of vintage champagne and sunken vessels from past wars. It was hard, methodical work, but every now and then, the sonar would return something unexpected, something strange. On June 19th, 2011, they were dragging a side-scan sonar unit across a patch of seafloor roughly 60 nautical miles west of the Swedish coast, when the monitor lit up with an image that stopped them cold. There, resting on the bottom, was a massive formation, roughly 60 meters wide, shaped like a perfect disc, flat on top, steep sides, with a trail stretching out behind it as if it had skidded to a halt across the seabed. To the untrained eye, it looked almost exactly like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. And even to seasoned marine explorers, it didn't look natural. The anomaly rested at a depth of around 90 meters, deep enough that visibility was limited and exploration would be difficult. Still, Lindberg and his team knew they had found something worth investigating. But the initial discovery brought more questions than answers. Sonar images are not photographs. They're abstractions, readings of acoustic echoes translated into visual forms. And this particular reading left plenty of room for speculation. What stood out was the shape, perfectly circular, with what appeared to be right angles, corridors, and a smooth, almost runway-like surface leading to its base. At the top of the disc, the sonar showed a peculiar ridge, like a dome or turret. Around the perimeter were what looked like stair-like features, symmetrical, geometric, and shockingly even. It didn't resemble any known shipwreck, nor did it match any natural rock formations typically seen in the Baltic. More disturbingly, it appeared to be constructed. In the weeks that followed, the Ocean X team went public with their discovery. The response was immediate and polarizing. Media outlets ran with the story, branding it the UFO at the bottom of the Baltic. Some called it a crashed alien spacecraft. Others compared it to Atlantis. Speculation flourished, and the anomaly became an overnight sensation. But while the world speculated, the team prepared to return. they would dive to the site, photograph it, sample it, touch it with their own hands, and perhaps, finally, determine what this object truly was. The return expedition in the summer of 2012 brought with it a combination of wonder and frustration. Descending into the cold Baltic waters, the divers soon encountered the anomaly up close. And what they found was, in some ways, even stranger than what the sonar had suggested. The object was not metal. It wasn't a crashed ship. It wasn't covered in wreckage or debris. Instead, it was composed of a dark, stone-like material, with smooth, curved surfaces that didn't seem to match the surrounding geology. The structure stood nearly 4 meters tall and extended over 60 meters in diameter. Its surface was unusually smooth, almost polished in places, and near its base, the divers observed what appeared to be an entrance, or a hole, leading into a dark void beneath the disk. The trail behind it, initially seen on sonar, was real. A trench stretching over 300 meters across the seabed, as if something massive had slid or crashed into place. Divers also reported odd electrical interference when near the object. Their equipment would stop working. Lights would flicker. Cameras would malfunction. Even satellite phones refused to operate when directly above the site, only to return to normal function once the vessel moved several hundred meters away. Some began to wonder, was the anomaly emitting some kind of electromagnetic field? And if so, why? Samples of the object were retrieved and sent for analysis. What they found was both ordinary and inexplicable. The samples consisted of granite, gneiss, and basalt, common types of rock found in the region. But when examined closely, the basalt appeared to have been subjected to unusually high temperatures. Some researchers claimed it had been melted and re-solidified, not by natural forces, but possibly by heat beyond what the local geology could explain. That alone would be odd, but it wasn't the only anomaly. Surface scans revealed what looked like long, straight lines etched into the object, lines that resembled markings or perhaps symbols. But they were eroded, weathered by centuries of water and silt. Whether they were natural fissures or remnants of something artificial remains unclear. Some parts of the structure were even more confounding. Divers described one section as resembling a staircase, a series of steps carved directly into the side of the formation. Another diver mentioned a formation shaped like a corridor, with straight walls and a flattened floor descending into the interior of the anomaly. All of it felt wrong, like something that didn't belong. Back on the surface, analysis continued, and theories multiplied. Some proposed that the anomaly was the remains of a World War II-era anti-submarine device, perhaps a bunker or turret that had fallen into the sea. But the size and shape didn't match any known wartime structures. Others speculated that it was a glacial deposit, a remnant of the last ice age shaped by retreating glaciers over 10,000 years ago. Geologists supporting this theory pointed out that the Baltic Sea basin was formed during the last glacial period, and that glaciers are capable of transporting massive boulders and depositing them in strange arrangements. But critics of the glacial theory were quick to note the unnatural geometry of the object. Glaciers create erratic, irregular deposits, not perfect circles with right angles. Then came the more outlandish theories. Some insisted the anomaly was a crashed UFO, its electromagnetic interference the product of dormant alien technology. The skid marks behind it were interpreted as evidence of a crash landing, with the object gouging into the seabed as it came to rest. Others proposed it was a remnant of an ancient civilization, a sunken temple, or a long-lost outpost from a forgotten age. The markings were thought to be inscriptions, the steps, an entryway, the interior void, a chamber awaiting rediscovery. And then, There was a theory even stranger still. What if the anomaly wasn't a structure at all, but a machine? A relic from a time before recorded history, buried, forgotten, and perhaps still dormant? If so, what would happen if it were reactivated? These were not the conclusions of scientists, but they were the questions whispered online, in forums, in documentaries, in late-night radio broadcasts. The Baltic Sea anomaly had become something else, not just a mystery, but a story, a myth in the making. And yet, as with all great mysteries, the truth remains hidden. Efforts to return to the site have been limited. Harsh weather, limited funding, and the complex logistics of deep-sea exploration have prevented a full-scale excavation. The Ocean X team has made several dives since 2012, but no new evidence has surfaced that can definitively explain what the anomaly is, or isn't. Satellite imagery shows nothing. The object is too deep, too shadowed to be visible from above, and underwater drones have limited ability to maneuver at that depth in the silt-heavy waters of the Baltic. Over time, the fervor has cooled. The world moved on to other enigmas, other strange finds, but the anomaly remains, resting silently beneath the waves, watching, waiting, somewhere between science and legend. But even as interest faded from the headlines, the anomaly itself never changed. It continued to sit, unmoved, undisturbed, beneath the cold, brackish waters of the Baltic Sea. A silent sentinel cloaked in mud and mystery, occasionally revisited, often reimagined, and still entirely unexplained. For those who had seen it in person, the mystery had a weight to it, a physicality. Divers spoke of a strange silence around the object, not just auditory, but atmospheric, as if sound itself dimmed near it, as if the sea in that one specific place was holding its breath. More than a decade has passed since that first sonar image lit up the screen aboard the Ocean X vessel, and still, there is no consensus, no official explanation. No government agency has taken ownership or issued a statement. No museum has classified it. No history book includes it. But perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. In an age where nearly everything is catalogued, digitized, and explained away, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains untouched by certainty. It defies the algorithm. It shrugs off the spotlight. It just exists. And yet, if one listens closely, the theories have not gone silent. Let's walk through them now, not as answers, but as possibilities, as shadows cast by a shape that still refuses to reveal itself. The glacial theory remains the most mainstream explanation. Some geologists argue that the anomaly is nothing more than a moraine, a mass of rock and sediment deposited by glacial movement. Over time, they say, the ice may have sculpted it into its current shape, polishing and carving as it passed. But this theory struggles under scrutiny. Glaciers are powerful, yes, but they do not create perfectly circular objects with stair-like features and smooth corridors. They do not cut right angles, nor do they leave behind metallic sounding interference when electronics draw near. And what of the heat marks on the rock samples? Basalt melted by temperatures too high to be explained by natural geothermal activity in the region. What process would have done that beneath the Baltic Sea? Even the trench behind the anomaly, sometimes called a runway or skid mark, resists easy explanation. If this object was deposited by ice, why does it appear to have carved into the seabed as if arriving under its own force? Then there's the architectural hypothesis. Some researchers have likened the formation to megalithic sites like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge, ancient monuments built with large stones and mysterious purpose. Could the Baltic Sea anomaly be the remains of a forgotten culture? If so, the implications are profound. This region was once dry land. During the last ice age, sea levels were hundreds of feet lower. The Baltic basin was a vast, icy tundra, later a fertile landscape dotted with rivers and lakes. Could an ancient civilization have built something here before the waters rose? Perhaps a temple, or a tomb, or something else entirely. The markings observed by divers, the lines etched into the surface, seem deliberate to some. Not random fractures, but inscriptions, patterns, something meant to be seen, meant to be read. But if so, by whom? And for what purpose? Others point to the legend of Doggerland, a lost landmass that once connected Britain to continental Europe, now submerged beneath the North Sea. If Doggerland existed, could there have been others? Other sunken plateaus, other forgotten cultures lost to time and tide. Could the Baltic anomaly be one of their final traces? It is a romantic theory, filled with ancient echoes and the allure of the unknown. But it is not without problems. There is no datable material yet retrieved from the site. No artifacts, no bones. Nothing that screams human habitation. Which brings us to the most speculative and the most unsettling of all the possibilities, the technological hypothesis. Some believe the Baltic Sea anomaly is not a ruin, not a sculpture, not a rock, but a machine. Not one of human origin, but of something other. The electromagnetic disturbances experienced by divers have fueled this idea. Cameras short-circuiting, radios going silent, GPS cutting out without explanation. It has led some to wonder if the object is still active, still powered in some dormant way. Could it be an ancient craft? A relic of something once airborne, now buried beneath centuries of sediment? The object's resemblance to the Millennium Falcon, a fictional spacecraft, has been widely mocked. But the visual comparison is hard to ignore. Its disc-shaped structure, its symmetrical ridges, its central dome. It looks made. And if it is a craft, then the implications are staggering. That would mean it did not arrive here during the Ice Age. It came later. It crashed or landed. And that trail behind it? Not a glacial scrape, but a landing scar. Of course, no credible scientific institution has embraced this theory. It lacks evidence, it lacks support. But so does every other explanation. There is no clear culprit, no consistent narrative, just a disk in the sea. That shouldn't be there. And perhaps that is what makes it so magnetic. The mystery of the Baltic Sea anomaly isn't just in its shape, but in its refusal to answer. The sea is a natural eraser. It swallows evidence, smudges footprints, silences wreckage. And yet, in this one case, it seems to have preserved something. A structure, an imprint, a question so large that even a full decade of scrutiny hasn't cracked it. One might ask, why hasn't more been done? Why haven't governments or universities launched expeditions to settle the matter once and for all? The answer is complicated. Deep-sea operations are expensive. The Baltic is cold and rough. Visibility is low, and the object rests in waters filled with silt that resettle quickly, obscuring photographs and complicating exploration. There's also the issue of jurisdiction. The anomaly lies in international waters, making large-scale excavation or protection a bureaucratic challenge. And finally, there is the possibility that no one wants to know. Mystery has its own power. A mystery unresolved becomes legend, becomes myth, becomes part of the ocean's ever-growing archive of the unexplained. Perhaps it is better left alone. The divers who have visited the anomaly describe it as deeply unsettling, not in the way that danger unsettles, but in the way that truth sometimes does. As if the object is not just old, but alien to everything around it. out of place, out of time, like it wasn't supposed to be there. And yet, it is. There is something haunting about that. In all likelihood, the Baltic Sea anomaly is natural. That is the rational view. But even rationality has its gaps, its blind spots. And until someone brings back conclusive evidence, until someone drills into the heart of that strange disk and brings back something we can hold in our hands, we are left with uncertainty, which means we are left with wonder. The ocean does not care for our categories. It does not conform to our expectations. Sometimes it delivers a shipwreck. Sometimes it delivers a fossil. And sometimes it delivers a question. The Baltic Sea anomaly is one such question. Circular, silent, waiting. Its surface smooth, as if designed. Its origins unknowable. And perhaps that's the point. Some mysteries were never meant to be solved. Some were meant to remind us that the world is deeper, stranger, and far more ancient than we often admit. That beneath the surface, sometimes literally, lies a reminder of just how much we have yet to understand. So if you ever find yourself near the waters of the northern Baltic, pause. Look out across that vast grey sea. And remember, something is down there. Something old. Something silent. Something still unexplained. Story 19. The seafloor's mysterious holes. Holes. Perfectly circular holes, arranged in eerily straight lines, bored into the seabed at depths where few have ever ventured. At first glance, they don't look like much. Small indentations in the ocean floor, some less than a few inches wide, evenly spaced like the stitches of a giant invisible thread. But it's their arrangement that disturbs the mind. Uniform, intentional. Too precise to be the result of random geology, too deep to be the work of known marine creatures, and too strange to ignore. They stretch across the seafloor like dotted trails left behind by something or someone, moving silently through the darkness. These holes have been spotted in multiple locations across the world's oceans. But one of the most recent and compelling discoveries occurred in 2022, when a team of scientists aboard the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer were surveying the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a vast underwater mountain chain that snakes through the center of the Atlantic Ocean. As the ship's remotely operated vehicle descended into the depths, scanning the rugged terrain at nearly 2 miles below the surface, it came across something wholly unexpected. A neat row of holes, spaced almost perfectly apart, aligned in a direction that didn't match the surrounding topography. It wasn't the first time they'd been seen. In fact, similar formations had been discovered decades earlier, in 2004, not far from this very region. And just like before, they left no clear clue about their origin. Back then, scientists had jokingly dubbed them Lebensspuren, a German term meaning life traces, referring to markings or patterns made by living organisms on the seabed. But there was something different about these new holes, something too clean, too regular. The ocean floor is not a place of order. It is chaotic, shaped by pressure, erosion, volcanic activity, and the slow creep of tectonic plates. The idea that a natural process would produce such tidy lines of holes, each about the same size, each spaced just a few inches apart, each appearing to penetrate into the sediment beneath, defied expectations. And the mystery only deepened when scientists attempted to investigate further. The ROV attempted to gently probe the holes, using robotic tools to examine what lay beneath. But the silt and fine sand shifted too easily. The holes seemed to vanish under pressure. The sub's cameras captured close-up images, but even those raised more questions than answers. The edges of each hole were crisp, the interior undisturbed, as if something had punched through the sediment from beneath, leaving behind a neat tunnel of nothing. Some holes had small sediment piles nearby, suggesting material had been pushed outward from within. Others seemed untouched, like perfect voids. There were no signs of marine life around them. No burrowing creatures, no trails, no disturbances. Just the holes, sitting there, in lines, waiting. The Okeanos team submitted their findings to the public, asking for help, hypotheses, explanations. But none came close to providing a definitive answer, because no known marine organism creates structures like these. And the deeper you go, the less likely it becomes that anything familiar is responsible. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is a colossal tectonic boundary stretching nearly 10,000 miles across the ocean floor. It's a place of immense geological activity, where the Earth's plates slowly drift apart, allowing magma to rise and form new crust. But it's also a place of eerie silence, a twilight realm where light never reaches and temperatures drop to near freezing. Life down here is sparse and strange. Bioluminescent creatures drift through the water like living phantoms. Fields of tube worms cling to hydrothermal vents. Microbes feed on chemicals instead of sunlight. It's a world almost alien in its isolation. And into this world appear rows of holes, silent, still, patterned. So what could have caused them? One of the first and most conservative theories is biological. Some marine researchers suggest that the holes might be made by deep-sea organisms, perhaps a species of burrowing worm or crustacean that we've yet to observe directly. In this view, the holes might be part of a feeding pattern or even a mating display, the way certain birds create elaborate ground nests to attract a mate. But that theory falters under scrutiny. If marine life were responsible, there should be signs of activity, movement, tracks, deposits. But there are none. The seabed around the holes is undisturbed, silent, undocumented, and the holes themselves are unusually consistent. Their spacing, size, and orientation don't match any known biological pattern. Another idea is that the holes might be geological, the result of gas or liquid escaping from below the sediment. Perhaps small pockets of methane or carbon dioxide are finding their way to the surface, creating the illusion of intentional holes. But this too doesn't quite fit. Gas release from the seafloor usually creates irregular patterns. Bubbling, craters, collapse zones, not perfect rows, not uniform spacing, not precision. Some researchers have even proposed that the holes could be caused by geological stress, that as tectonic forces pull the Earth's crust apart, small fissures open up in neat patterns along fracture lines. But the orientation of the holes doesn't align with known fault systems, and no seismic activity was recorded near the area at the time. And so, the mystery lingers, because the truth is, we don't know what's down there. We've mapped the surface of the moon in more detail than we've charted the ocean floor. More people have walked on lunar soil than have seen the bottom of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge with their own eyes. The deepest parts of the ocean are not just dark, they're distant, nearly unreachable. And for much of human history, we've ignored them. But when we do look, we find things like this: patterns, signs, impressions, as if something down there is moving, not wildly or randomly, but with purpose. And that possibility is what keeps the mind turning. Some fringe theories have emerged over the years, ideas that fall far outside the realm of conventional science, but echo through the halls of speculative thought. One theory suggests that the holes are the result of an intelligent presence, not necessarily human, but something capable of shaping the seafloor with intention. Supporters of this idea point to the uniformity of the holes, their alignment, their inexplicable isolation. They argue that this could be evidence of underwater machinery, robotic or otherwise, conducting some form of unknown activity. Mining, surveying, movement. If this sounds far-fetched, consider this. We have deployed autonomous underwater vehicles for decades, drones capable of drilling, sampling, and scanning. Could something else be doing the same? The ocean is the perfect hiding place. Vast, deep, inaccessible. If an advanced civilization, terrestrial or otherwise, wished to operate undetected, there would be no better place than the deep. Others point to ancient myths, stories passed down by seafaring cultures about the ones beneath, beings who live in the abyss and rise only when disturbed. In Norse mythology, the Midgard serpent lies beneath the ocean, encircling the earth. In Polynesian lore, Tangaroa is the god of the sea, dwelling in the dark depths and shaping the ocean floor. And in Lovecraftian fiction, ancient entities sleep beneath the waves, leaving behind signs and patterns that defy explanation. Are the holes remnants of something old, something buried, or are they new, signs of something awakening? Of course, science demands evidence, and so far, we have none, just holes. But the mind wanders, especially when those holes appear in places untouched by sunlight and unseen by man. Even the terminology surrounding them feels strange. Scientists don't call them craters or vents or depressions. They're referred to as mystery holes. Officially, it's rare for a scientific body to use such a term. Rarer still for it to remain unresolved after decades of sightings. And yet, here we are. The holes reappeared in 2022, 17 years after the first documented sighting in the same region. The patterns were nearly identical, the mystery unchanged. If these were the markings of an animal, it would have to be a species with an astonishing lifespan, or one that returns to the same location across generations for reasons unknown. If they're geological, why do they appear only in isolated sections of the mid-Atlantic ridge and not elsewhere? And if they're artificial, then who or what is making them? Some researchers have suggested that we might be looking at something akin to oceanic crop circles, signs left behind by natural forces or unknown intelligence, visible only from above and only when the lighting is right. Satellite imagery has shown strange linear patterns across parts of the seabed, some extending for miles. Patterns we can't yet explain. Could these holes be part of a larger picture? A map of sorts? A design? We don't know. And maybe that's the point. Because the holes do not speak. They do not answer questions. They do not explain themselves. They just exist. Small, simple punctures in the Earth's skin, unnoticed by most, but undeniable to those who've seen them. And that's where the mind begins to spiral. Because if something as small and subtle as a row of holes can baffle oceanographers and geologists alike, what else might be down there, hidden just out of reach, waiting to be seen, waiting to be found? We return to the seafloor, to those quiet, perfect openings in the deep, still unanswered, still undisturbed. After the 2022 sighting, the scientific community once again found itself in a familiar position, staring at data that refused to yield a conclusion. The images captured by the Okeanos Explorer circulated across institutions and online forums alike. But despite the growing intrigue, no team has yet returned to that precise location to conduct a follow-up study. Part of the problem is distance. The mid-Atlantic ridge is not an easy place to reach. Located far from any mainland, Stretching between the coasts of Europe and the Americas, it lies beneath some of the most turbulent and remote waters on Earth. And while technology has improved, launching a deep-sea expedition still requires enormous funding, coordination, and time. But even if we could go back, even if we sent the best submersibles with the most sensitive equipment, would the holes still be there? The ocean is not static. Currents shift the sediment, volcanic activity reshapes the terrain, and over time, the seabed forgets what was once etched into it. This fleeting nature of the seafloor, the fact that it can erase its own secrets, is what makes the mystery so haunting. It suggests that there may have been other patterns, other trails, other signs we missed because we weren't looking in time, and the thought that something might be moving across the ocean floor, leaving behind temporary signatures like these, implies a kind of intelligence, or at least repetition. Some researchers have quietly speculated that the holes could represent more than surface-level markings, that they could connect to tunnels beneath, conduits through the sediment used for unknown purposes. Tests to verify this are difficult. Even the best submersibles can only probe a few inches below the surface before resistance becomes too great. If there are chambers beneath, or channels, they may lie beyond the reach of current tools. And the alternative, digging into the seafloor itself, could destroy the very patterns we're trying to study. So the mystery endures, but it is not isolated. Strange holes have been documented in other parts of the ocean too, though none quite match the precision or formation of those along the mid-Atlantic ridge. In the 1990s, off the coast of California, marine biologists discovered a grid-like arrangement of holes in soft sediment. Initially believed to be natural, further study revealed their arrangement was too structured. Some researchers proposed that burrowing fish or worms might be responsible, but no species was ever linked to the formation. The holes eventually disappeared beneath the shifting sand and were forgotten. In the Arctic Ocean, during under-ice expeditions, similar patterns have been spotted along the bottom of frozen shelf areas. Lines of indentations, shallow but consistent, stretching in rows beneath the ice-covered surface. Some attributed them to glacial movements, others weren't so sure. And in 2015, sonar scans of the seafloor in the Indian Ocean revealed what appeared to be a latticework of evenly spaced holes, far below the reach of any known trawling equipment. The data was inconclusive. No expedition was launched. The findings were buried in a summary report and never published in full. Each sighting, on its own, can be brushed off, dismissed as coincidence, as curiosity. But together, they suggest a pattern. Not of the holes themselves necessarily, but of something else. A silence, a reluctance to look too closely, because the deeper we look, the more the ocean begins to resemble a place we were never meant to fully understand. The idea that something might be interacting with the seafloor in deliberate ways is not without precedent. Hydrothermal vent fields, for instance, host ecosystems that depend entirely on chemosynthesis, a form of life that doesn't require sunlight. The creatures in these environments build elaborate nests, structures, and trails. Some even use heat gradients to guide their movement, navigating by temperature rather than sight. But even these marvels have their limits. They do not bore neat holes into the sediment at intervals too consistent to be accidental. And they certainly don't operate in isolation, without leaving biological traces. So the question becomes, if not nature, and not us, who? One of the more provocative theories points to unmanned underwater vehicles. Not ours, but perhaps deployed by nations or entities engaged in secret deep-sea exploration. The holes in this scenario could be part of a sampling operation, a way to test sediment, measure gas emissions, or even install sensors. The idea is not implausible. Governments and corporations have long expressed interest in the deep ocean, for minerals, for data, for control. But if this were the case, why the secrecy? Why leave no records? Why use formations that raise more questions than they answer? And why return, after nearly 20 years, to the exact same pattern? Another theory reaches deeper, into the idea that the ocean itself is an interface, a boundary between what we know and what we don't. Some have speculated that the holes are not trails, but symbols, that they might represent something more abstract, markers perhaps, or messages, waiting to be read. It sounds fantastical, until you consider ancient human behavior, petroglyphs, stone circles, carvings in remote caves, placed where only the most determined would find them. All signs of communication, not always meant for the masses, sometimes meant only for those who dared to seek. Could the seafloor, untouched, unseen, serve a similar purpose? Could something be trying to communicate, not with language, but with geometry? Linear holes, patterns, points on a grid, like a code, written in absence. Of course, these are just theories, but that's the nature of the ocean's mysteries. They resist certainty. They leave room for wonder. And perhaps that is their purpose. As scientists debate, as explorers plan their next descent, as the world looks elsewhere, the holes remain, still, unyielding, whispers in the dark, and maybe they're nothing. Maybe they're just quirks of the seafloor, strange but meaningless. The ocean has plenty of those, but maybe they're more. Maybe they're a reminder that there are still places on this planet where the rules don't apply, where straight lines don't come from coincidence, where silence speaks. So the next time you imagine the ocean floor, cold, dark, lifeless, picture this: a long, neat line of holes, stretching into the distance. No ship above, no animal nearby, no explanation waiting. Just geometry, where none should be. Just intention, without origin. Just a trail, left behind by something unknown. And as the current drifts above and sediment begins to settle, the pattern remains. A question written into the skin of the earth, and one that, for now, has only one answer. We don't know, and perhaps we're not meant to. The ocean has always been a keeper of secrets. Beneath its waves lie the silent ruins of something older, stranger, and perhaps forgotten for a reason. From submerged cities that defy the timeline of human civilization, to stone formations carved with a precision we still can't replicate. The underwater world challenges what we think we know and dares us to look deeper. What we've explored today is only the beginning. There are still countless structures waiting to be found and countless questions waiting to be asked. Because the more we uncover, the more impossible it seems. And yet, the truth is out there, somewhere beneath the tide. If you've enjoyed this descent into the unexplained, make sure to subscribe and check out our other deep dives into the world's forgotten histories and unsolved mysteries. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay curious and stay safe.